Yep, I'll do it. Done. Are you ready to go live?
Yep.
All right.
We're live?
Yes.
Okay. The budget hearing of the Township Council is called to order. Madam Clerk.
In accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act of the State of New Jersey, adequate notice of this budget hearing of the Franklin Township Council was made as required, indicating that this budget hearing would take place remotely via Zoom at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 18th, 2025.
We could all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty
and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Embarrasson?
Here.
Councilwoman Francois? Councilman Karazi?
Present.
Mayor Kramer?
Here.
Councilman Onijaka?
Yeah.
Councilmember Potosnik?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Udine?
Here.
Councilman Vasanella? Councilman Wright?
Okay, it's time for public discussion. Do I have a motion to open?
So moved. Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Anyone who wishes to speak, please raise their hand. Mr. Connell is still connecting to audio. Mr. Connell, if you just connected, we're in public session. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. Actually, you're not muted.
Mayor Krista just pinged saying she cannot hear anyone.
Krista, can you hear us? Bob, can you make me the host?
No, I'm not the host. I'm calling.
All right, we have a little technical difficulty, everyone. The manager is calling the IT people. We'll wait a minute. Mr. Connell, are you able to speak?
Yeah. Christy actually is the host.
Who's the host?
And she probably muted herself.
For anyone watching, we're having some technical difficulties. We're waiting. Krista, look like you're unmuted. Can you hear me?
No, I'm on the phone with her. She can't hear you. We're working through it.
Okay. Slight delay, everyone.
Can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. I'm on my phone, Councilman Vasanella, and for whatever reason, I can't attach. If someone could send a Zoom link, I'd appreciate it, but I'll participate via phone in the meanwhile.
We can try.
Mayor, I can do it.
Okay, go ahead.
That was Jimmy, right?
Yep.
So
Okay.
he just logged in with Chris. He just spoke on Krista's login.
Yeah,
that was
strange.
Yeah, that's what's screwing it up.
That would make
okay.
it easier.
Jimmy, maybe you wanted to hang up and I'll send you the email with the link and then you can connect it with your computer. Maybe that's what caused the problem.
Mr. Basanella?
All right, I'm now the host. She's just checking to see if she can get back in as the, and then I can go back to making her the host. But right now, I'm the host of the meeting. So,
did you hear that Vasanella is?
I did. I saw everything that was going on. We were talking about it when it happened.
Yeah.
He needs to.
I emailed to him to Jim. So
Krista's now back in.
Very strange.
And I can make her the host.
Okay, now she's muted.
I think that Krista is actually Jim Vasanella.
Oh.
It's magical. I think if you call in with someone else's participant ID, you become them.
You shouldn't be. Okay, there you go. Jim is.
I'm back.
Okay, Jim. All right.
Krista's Krista. Well, that was magical.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Vasanella, I see you are logged in, but you're muted.
Yep, I'm good.
I'm good, Mayor.
Okay, good.
We're trying to get it so you can see my face.
We've been called to order. We're actually in public session. Anyone from the public wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Can you unmute Chris and see if he wishes to speak, since we're having some difficulty here? Chris, if you wish to speak, unmute.
We got a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. I don't know if that means you're okay or you want to speak.
No need to speak, I guess.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one unmuting or doing anything else.
Raising hand.
Wait, hold on. Billy's coming here. Let's see if Bill wants to speak now.
Mr. Connell, if you wish to speak, raise your hand.
He has to unmute also.
He can't until we let him. There you go. Bill, you on there?
Yeah, he is unmuted now.
Yeah.
Bill, do you wish to speak? All right. All right. Well, I can only assume he doesn't want to speak. Bill, if you want to speak and you're having trouble doing so.
Yeah, he says, do you wish to speak? If yes, please raise your hand. Yeah.
All right, seeing no one figuring out how to speak, indicating they want to speak, unmuting, or anyone speaking, no one is doing any of those things. I move we close public comment at this time.
So moved.
You have a second.
Seconded.
Moved in second, and all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. We are ready to, public session is closed. Mr. Vornlocker, it's your show.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to open up our first budget to hear tonight is the tax collector. Well, actually, the collector's office, both tax and water. So that would be Rosanna Gutierrez, our collector. Rosanna, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. So the collector's budget is proposed at $15,934, which is a $6,439 decrease from the 24 budget of $22,373. There's a number of decreases across the board in this budget. So, Rosanna, do you have anything that in particular you would like to bring to the attention of council?
Well, decrease is good. Billing, I'm doing more in-house rather than paying Edmonds to provide the billing. So that also saves us some money.
Okay.
You decreased.
Council have any questions for Rosanna?
You decreased conferences and meetings?
Yes, because one, I would just be attending one meeting and my deputy is also attending one meeting rather than multiple.
Okay. Any other council members?
Thank you so much. Thank you for making things more efficient and saving some money.
You're welcome.
If there are no other questions, I'm going to stop sharing this screen and say thank you, Rosanna.
Thank you all.
And now I'm going to have to ask a favor of people who I do not have the agenda in front of me because I have all of these files in front of me. So I need to know which one is next.
So it's
Public safety.
Police Department, Animal Control.
Police Department. So we'll start with Animal Control. And we have Director Mayweather and several members of her staff here. So I am going to share that screen. And I need to move some things out of my way, mostly the people that are on camera here. And the animal control budget is proposed at $56,780, which is a $7,500 increase from $49,280 in 2024. Director, it's all yours.
Good evening, everyone. So there's not much that has changed. Bob, can you scroll down a little bit? I'm sorry. The other way. Yep. Yeah, there we go. There's not much that has changed in our animal control budget. I'll just say that the slight increases that you do see are basically because of rising costs that we can't control, you know, professional services and materials and supplies that we purchase. We just, you know, costs are going up. So that's why you see the slight increase in our animal control budget. And keep in mind that the majority of our budget is managed by our trust. Not budget, but our funding for the animal control. Sorry.
And when you say trust, mainly it's funded by donations and volunteers from Second Chance.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Any questions on the animal control budget?
Just a question on so roll 28. It looks like, is that the only one that will increase, the professional consultant and specialized services?
So
the veterinary services, yeah, that one increased, and also chemicals and gases, as well as other equipment and supplies. If you look at the far right column, the positive numbers are listed there. 3,500, 1,000, and 3,000.
It went up 7,500 total, and like I said, it was due to the rising costs in supplies and contractual services. It's not specifically going up because we're doing more of anything. It's just the cost is rising.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Other equipment and supplies?
What was the question, Mayor?
Other equipment and supplies. What, can you list a few of those?
Go to tab 58.
Well, I'm going to. I have to shuffle around here.
Okay.
So, snares, traps, leashes, cages, and cat litter. Mostly cat litter, right? Well, actually, mostly snares, traps, leashes, and cages, and equipment of that sort.
Because mind you, the other things, we do also get a lot of donations for it. So we don't spend as much as we would have if we didn't get those donations.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you know anything about those donations?
A little bit. So do Councilman Tasnik, Councilman
So
Harrison.
we could save more, I think, on cat litter if we got more donated cat litter.
Okay. That'll balance the budget.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm working on it. Now my screen is, there we go. I have to shuffle faces around on my computer to get to the things that I need to get to. Okay. So the next budget will be
Bob, I'm blanked
911 dispatch budget.
Excuse me, Bob. I'm blanked out. I can't see anything.
I can't help you right now, unfortunately.
You're good.
Krista.
Actually, we can't see anything, Bob, yet. It looks like you're not sharing.
I haven't shared anything yet.
Yeah, that's why. So.
I also wanted to mention, I forgot in the beginning to let you know that the captains are here. Captain Lloyd Frederick, Captain Brandon Domator, and Captain Vince Wilson are here today. They also work, helping keep our budget balanced and workable. Okay. So again, so for dispatch, our 911 services, you will see an increase in particular, hold on the screen, our 028, which is our professional and specialized services, that is specifically going up due to Language Line, which is a translation service that we use for our 911 calls. Presently, we are working on other things to try and bring that number down, but as you know, we can't control the 911 calls that come in, but we have to be prepared to have translators on the line. Also, 058, you'll see an increase there for other equipment and new equipment. It's just the updating of things that they need to run, batteries, antennas. Is that the right one? Yes, batteries, antennas, and things like that to run dispatch and make sure the equipment is working constantly.
So does anyone have any questions about the 911 dispatch budget? Hearing none. Next one will be the OEM budget. The OEM budget shows a $1,000 increase in requests to $13,800 from $12,800 in 2024.
So that increase is because we learned something from when we had a bomb scare in our building that we could not use our emergency operating center because we were part of the emergency. So we started just taking things from the police department and building our alternate EOC building at our CRB building on Hamilton Street. So if we have to be prepared, power goes out or we can't operate out of the police department, we will have an alternate EOC ready to go up for dispatch to work inside there and for some of our emergency personnel to work through that building.
Any questions on emergency management?
Not a question, Bob, but just want to say that this is great. This is much needed. And thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Okay. Next will be the police budget. Okay. This one's a little big for full screen, so I'm going to need to scroll up and down to get to the bottom. This line is the line for total expenses. I had just highlighted it. The proposed budget is at $804,850, which is a $90,150 increase over the $714,700 budget in 2024. I'll scroll to the top and we'll work our way down. Director?
Okay, so let's start from the top. The first section, contractual services, again, there's a $9,000 increase there. We cannot control the price of the services contracts increasing year to year, and that pretty much accounts for that. Some of this may look a little different. There's some lines that are higher, but the numbers, the item line was just reclassified to tighten up things that we work with Kathy Moody to do. So I just want to explain that. Going down to the next section, books and publications went down. Listen, we're in the era of online, so as you can tell, books and publications, we no longer print the books for our officers. A lot of it is on Power DMS, which is one of our software that we have to account for officers receiving training and orders and things like that. Next section, education and training. Education and training, as you may or may not know, in New Jersey, we have police licensing. And one of the things required for police licensing, we have to do extra training. We have to give our officers extra training hours, and we have to conduct extra training to deal with resiliency, to deal with use of force, to deal with de-escalation, to deal with mental health, to deal with a whole host of things. They have a whole checklist of the number of hours in order for our officers to be licensed and certified that they must meet. So that's increased slightly. I'm sure you remember throughout the years I've been here, it's increased significantly, but I think it's paid off in a way that has reduced the liability for the town itself. Clothing and uniform, you'll see an increase there because we have quite a few officers who are retiring, and we will have new officers who have to go to training, and we'll have to provide uniforms and clothing for them to go to training. Professional association dues, that just, like I said, prices go up, so that's a slight increase there for that one. Okay.
What is professional association dues if you?
So for us to be accredited, we pay dues to like the Chiefs Associations. I pay a dues for the County Chiefs Association. We pay dues for the dispatchers associations, traffic association. There's different associations that we belong to. And the benefits of being a part of those associations is that we learn a lot about the different grants and other training opportunities and networking that's out there. And some of them, I believe, are required. I can't think right now off the top of my head, but some of them are required as a police department that we belong to them.
And they're annual, I'm assuming, right? That's why it's there, because annually? Okay.
They're annual, and most of them are due January 1st. Okay. Moving down, trying to see, where are we?
Vehicles.
Okay, vehicles. So that line item that you see for the vehicle, that is, we're looking to acquire another electric vehicle in our fleet. You might notice we have two that we were able to buy with grant funding for our LEAD program and for our Arrive Together program. So we're looking to acquire one more. Fire, go. That went down, okay. And then the next one that went up was other equipment and supplies. Again, that's just the cost of equipment and supplies going up. And 058, I'm sorry, is, I don't have all this stuff in my head.
058 was other equipment and supplies.
Ammunition, okay? And ammunition, the cost of ammunition has gone up. It continuously rises. That's one of the costs that's going up. And also other training supplies, targets, badges, things like that. Telephone charges, same thing. We've had success in doing a lot of things with telephones. One of the things that we've been working with the prosecutor's office and the AG's office, they talk about, officers not utilizing their private phones when they're on duty because their phones can be confiscated as part of evidence. So we've been having officers during a shift, assign phones. So that's what the slight increase is for those phones on an annual basis. And also there's telephone charges associated with the vehicles, because all of the vehicles are equipped with like SIM cards, and they go through that company, the same company, like I think we use AT&T and Verizon Wireless interchangeably depending on what side of town we're on. So that's what those telephone charges are. Next one is, where are we? Oh, software licensing, same thing. I can't control the cost of the licensing going up. We have to use the software for certain programs, our CAD systems, etc.
And that's every line, Council. So if you have any questions, I can scroll up and down. Just tell me where you want me to go.
I see the vehicle came off of your request. Is that accurate? Yeah.
I'm sorry, say it again.
The vehicle cost, you took that backed up. So
it's there. I think it's in column.
Well, no, he's saying, okay, so for the past couple of years, I have not asked for any regular vehicles, correct? I'm very realistic about, when I come to the council and I ask for vehicles, we have a plan. I will say I'm grateful that we're in, knock on wood, a good situation right now with our regular vehicles that are assigned to the Detective Bureau and other, areas where they don't use the patrol SUVs rather. So I only ask for it when it's something that we see a need. So we were going to redesignate an SUV and assign an electric vehicle if we're allowed to purchase that.
And just remind council that the automobiles, cars, are in the OE budget, and the SUVs and trucks are considered capital because they have a useful life in excess of 5 years. So they'll be in the capital budget request that we're going to talk about next. This is just for a car, not the SUVs that are used by patrol.
Director, one question on line 83. You have put negative. That's because we're using the grant money?
Line 83.
Right. You have put it 51,000 in red.
No, that's
the car.
That's the car.
Yeah, that's actually finances calculations at the bottom. If you it's that would be without the car. Then an increase without the car, it would be an increase of 39,150.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
I thought maybe we'd be getting credit somehow.
No, that line 84 is if there was no vehicle in this budget, that would be the budget, and that line 83 is the math.
Gotcha.
So that was my question. Are you saying that you can live without the vehicle this year?
So
no, that's a finance function, Councilman. That's not the police department's budget. That's our finance officer showing you this is what it is without the vehicle, because not every year our vehicle's budget. As you see, to do an apples to apples comparison of the OE budget without the vehicle, because there was no car in the 24 budget, we're showing you what it was. It's 753 versus 714, but there's $51,000 included for the car.
And there was no cars in the 2023 or the 2024 budget. And I just want to bring to everyone's attention that Ford and Chevy stopped making cars for police. They're only making the electric vehicles and the car version for police vehicles. They're no longer making the Malibu or the Impala.
Director, I guess Councilman Barrison was asking whether or not you can do without the purchase of the car, and looks like the answer is that no, we need to have that car this year.
So yes, because it's either that car or I'm going to ask for an SUV in place of it.
Got it. Thank you.
So it looks like that this vehicle, the electric vehicle, is much needed, but is that going to offset any of the existing, the gas ones, or we need everything that we have right now?
It already is offsetting, because instead of, you'll see when we move to the capital budget, instead of asking for 10, we ask for 9.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure that was called out. Okay, thank you.
Actually, instead of, we asked for 8 SUVs instead of, and a pickup truck in this electric vehicle versus 10 SUVs.
Director, how has it been, the other 2 electric vehicles, as far as folks using it? Have they been liking it? Has it been something that's the last thing anyone wants to use? Because I know they save money. The electricity is a lot more efficient, and you spend less money to go the same miles. But
so I've not heard any complaints about it. The 2 vehicles, like I said, one is for our Arrive, and with our Arrive car, it's supposed to be a low-profile car that does not look like a police car to alarm someone who might be in a mental health crisis. So I've heard great things about that car arriving. It's a calm blue. I know it's not blue, Lloyd, but it's a calm, soft color. And then with the lead vehicle, we've been asked to showcase our lead vehicle at several upcoming events. So it is a hit.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can you only use it for 2 shifts and it's charging another shift?
So the way those vehicles are being used, Captain Fredericks can speak more about that. I think the only time we've had difficulties is when it was freezing cold. I think it lasts a long time.
Yes, the vehicles. The only problem we had was when we had those sub-zero temperatures for those couple of weeks. Outside of that, when the officers bring the vehicle back, it goes on the charger in the back of headquarters or the front, or the charger over at the youth center. especially when the lead officer is using it. He can plug in wherever, and we have not had a problem where the vehicle was losing charge or out of charge for an extended period of time.
Excellent.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on this budget? Okay, the next budget that I will bring up is the police capital budget. Director.
Okay. Oh, we're not there yet.
Probably sharing the wrong screen.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at the right one, but you're not seeing the right one, was what it sounds like. So let's try it again. And now.
Now we have it. Okay. So, remember, we have the Axon contract. The AG's office mandated that we have body cams. So that 5-year payment installation that we have, we're in the 5th year, I believe, Captain Wilson. This is the 5th year.
Correct.
Okay. And
yes.
Okay, and so we're in the 5th year. This is our 5th year of this contract for our body cams and our tasers. So we are going to begin negotiating a new contract for the upcoming remainder. The good thing about this contract, it includes everything. It includes the tasers, it includes the body-worn cameras. If there's a malfunction, they replace them. And I believe they can correct me if I'm wrong. It includes our in-car cameras, you know, any service issues. So it's all inclusive. We don't have to pay a separate payment for software or maintenance on our tasers and body-worn cams and Axon products. 19 in-car Axon cameras. So the company that presently has our in-car cameras in our vehicles is phasing out, for lack of a better word. And we want to switch our cars to the Axon cameras because everything syncs. If one camera comes on, the other cameras come on, and they talk to each other. So that's perfect. The other great part about that is they transcribe the content as well. We used to have one support staff person dedicated to just type in transcriptions. We no longer need that for the most part with these products. It has the transcription software as well with it. You just need an officer or someone going through and making sure that, you know, the words that I guess I'm going to say the software produces is actually accurate. And most times it is, because when I'm watching videos, I see it myself. We have, go ahead.
No, I was saying, so the current camera system is mobile vision, and storage for the data for mobile vision is on site versus the cloud, correct? It's in the cloud now?
So mobile vision switched to the cloud as well. So we're basically right now paying 2 separate licensings for us to access mobile visions. And at first we said, well, we don't want it. We'll just keep doing it the way we did it. But they said it wasn't going to be available that way anymore. So we basically have a system that we're hearing mobile vision is going out of service. They're waning out. Axon's probably going to buy them. That's what they've been doing. We have 2 interview rooms in headquarters right now. One of them is not working. We elected not to get it repaired right now because Captain Fredericks, is that mobile vision also?
Correct. Those cameras are mobile vision.
Okay, and same thing. Mobile vision, we have the Axon contract. It covers everything. If something goes wrong, it'll be the same thing for these interview rooms. If something's wrong, they come out, they repair it. It's all inclusive. We won't have to pay separate storage. And that's another thing with the Axon contract. Our storage is unlimited and it's included in our package. So we wouldn't have to pay for that. And it's needed. Like I said, one interview is out right now, and the other one, it's antiquated. I'm going to tell you that. 8 SUVs. The 8 SUVs are to keep up with our fleet. Like I said before, we are in a good place. We just want to continue the progress with keeping our vehicles, I'm going to say up to date. And the fact that we're working on a schedule change to put more vehicles on the road for specific functions. I want to make sure that we have vehicles that are functional. And the other part of that is, I know Carl Hawk can attest to this, when you have a lot of vehicles down and we're crunched for anything with vehicles, we put the pressure on them as well. So it kind of affects 2 different departments when you have vehicles that are in high demand of being repaired and you're constantly trying to keep up. So 8 more SUVs would continue to replace our older fleet. I hate to say this, but I told you, I only ask for it when I need it. If we get to a place where, like the cars, we don't need them, we won't ask for it that year. We only ask for what we need, and I think we've proven that throughout the past 5 years. Yes, this is going on 5 years I've been here. The next one is the F-150 pickup truck. I'm hearing different things. I'm a little scared to ask for this, but it's on the list, the wish list. Every year we ask for another pickup, and I'm not even going to be so picky as to say the F-150 this year. If what happens really happens with the limited availability of them. But just keep in mind, we asked for this because it's a little difficult having one pickup when we have an emergency. One pickup on one end of town trying to move signs and cones and things like that, it gets a little dicey. That's why we've wanted the 2 pickups forever. And I don't want to be asking for a pickup after, the one pickup is down for an extended amount of time. Outfitting of the vehicles, it goes with all of the new car purchases. We've switched to a local company that outfits our vehicles. That company, we've really use the monies efficiently. It seems like a lot, but a lot goes into the cars, making sure they have all the safety features for like the cage in the back, the lights on the car, and the guards on the car, etc. We can't skimp on that. The MPCs, every year we update the mobile units. Those are the computers in the car. If you have a computer yourself, we try to keep up with it. 10 per year we update and or replace. So if we slack on that, it's just going to affect us with IT. The computers aren't going to work and officers aren't going to have the equipment that they need in the car to do their jobs. And it's even more important now because we have been adding in the e-ticket machines, which I had a meeting with the judge and Kayla, the court administrator, last week. They love the e-ticket machines because it creates less errors on the cops, like, penmanship, write in the tickets because they scan in their license, and the courts get it automatically as soon as the cops download the device.
And those 10 NPCs are actually replacing 10 because they're end of life, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we talked about when we did the IT budget. If you all recall, the Windows 10 machines are end of life, so they have to be replaced with Windows 11 machines. These are Panasonic Toughbooks, so they're just ruggedized laptops. And that's 10 or there's 50, so they're replaced every 5 years.
And keep in mind, if we have any that come out of cars that are, disabled, we do reuse them. So Brian reuses everything out of those cars. We don't leave anything behind. Replace channels 1, 2 repeaters, remote receivers. That is a continuous update that we have to do to stay up to date with the county communications as well. With our Motorola is constant. They do a lot of things to prevent people from hacking, do a lot of things to make sure that we have constant communication. We don't ever want our officers out there and they can't call back to home base. Perimeter fencing. So at the range, it's come to a time where we need to replace all of the perimeter fencing. We've been trying to piecemeal it, and it's just not effective. It's a safety issue. We want to make sure that the fencing around our range is secure. We've added HSI, because we're in partnership with them, with our just our investigations dealing with they helped us with the burglaries, they help us with the catalytic converter thefts, they help us with those types of crimes. They also donated a house for our range. So we get equipment, we get ammo, we get things like that are being stored down there, and we want to make sure we have a perimeter fence that is secure around our range.
It was also identified as lacking in an inspection by the Joint Insurance Fund.
Okay. 3 camera trailers. So these 3 camera trailers are to replace the 3 that we had previously. I don't know if Captain Fredericks or Captain Wilson can elaborate on the camera trailers, please.
Sorry about that. The camera trailers we have 3 camera trailers that were purchased in the early 2000s. And believe it or not, in order to get those camera trailers up and working, it costs more than the camera trailer itself, just because of the software and the type of technology that was used back then. So we are looking to get these 3 camera trailers to use them in real time, whether it be at Franklin Day or if we have some sort of crime in the town that we need to monitor, or a neighborhood that we need to monitor. These trailers come in handy because we can see real time. DB and investigative division can see real time, and I know they're a little bit pricey, but they come in handy when we have issues around the town.
Okay, thank you. The 4 message boards with speed detection. So you may remember that we were asking for speed signs previously. We found these message boards to be more effective. They come with the speed detection, and you've probably seen them around town, and that is what we're preferring over the, just the portable speed signs. Plus, they can do so much more with them. They can change the message from a laptop. It gives them other intel and information that the speed signs can't. It helps them do the speed, not surveys, but the speed, it's a survey when we want to see what's the average speed.
Speed study.
Thank you. The speed study in our town on different roads. The mobile radios, same thing, 9 new mobile radios. They replace the radios that are end of life. And the OEM generator, that is for our Community Relations Bureau on Hamilton Street. That is our only building that does not have a generator in case we lose power. And I told you on the other side that we wanted to make a backup alternate EOC, and to have that, we need that generator in that building.
Okay, that's the last of the budget submissions for the police department. Questions about the capital budget requests?
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, are these in like ranked order?
No.
It says priority 1 through 13.
Well, I can do that, but
okay.
They're all a priority to us right now. I mean, if I will say, given the circumstances, there's the Axon one we cannot do without. That's part of the law. We have to have body cams. We have to have that contract. We're in contract for 5 years.
Yeah.
The in-car cameras, I would say all of the Axon cameras and the SUVs definitely top priority, and the outfitting of the cars come with it. The MPCs are a priority. We have to do the Motorola, the GIF fencing. I would put probably the 9 radios before the camera trailers. And again, the generator is kind of a tie because I can't tell you when we're going to need it. I mean, as you know, the generators, I bought a little personal generator for myself just because you never know when you're going to need a generator. That's something you just can't plan for. Pray we don't, but I can't say it.
I think the generator plays a significant part in the establishment of a second emergency operations center at 935. You have especially when we deal with hurricanes on what seems like a fairly regular basis. The loss of power at your emergency operations center means it's not able to function. The police station already has an emergency generator, as do the municipal building, the senior center, to be used as a shelter. And I think the point behind that generator is that if in the event that we couldn't use the police station for some reason, your backup emergency operations center should have backup power. In fact, the youth center has an emergency backup.
And I'd like to remind everyone, last year, our police department got struck by lightning twice or 3 times? Lloyd?
Twice.
Twice. I think it has something to do with that big tower next door, but that's just
the big metal tower.
Yeah, we're a magnet. So, that's the scary part. That's what led us also to kind of move away from the municipal complex to have an alternate. Yep.
Director, I have a question. Well, first of all, thank you so much. And thank you, Captain, for putting these together. And the question that I have is maybe a follow-up to what Councilman Podasnik was alluding to. If you look at this list, are there items that perhaps you can say, well, instead of 3 camera trailer, maybe we can get this year 1 or 2, or instead of 4 message board, we can live with 2, and the next year we'll do the other 2. Is there something that you can look at these and say there are 5 items that we must have, but the other 5 we can reduce the number, and maybe another 3 we can keep it for next year? Would you look into them and just, we don't have to answer it now, because I know that takes a little bit time to really to see and talk to some people, but that will be probably helpful when we come to the final budget numbers.
We can do that.
Appreciate that.
I had a couple questions if Councilman Karazi is finished.
Yes, I'm done.
The message boards, $26,000 each. I'm all for anything to improve what I think is still a really bad problem with traffic. Let's just say people not obeying traffic safety laws. But my understanding is they're, in the range of $2,000 or $3,000 for the smaller ones. I still think we can use, and obviously you're the expert, and I'm just, if you can give me some feedback, I'd rather see, 10 of those others, or whatever the cost would be able to provide, instead of what seems to be $26,000 a pop for the message board type
So let me explain.
So you're the expert, but I think I go around towns, I get feedback from people here, and they love those other ones. And I understand you said the others give more information and whatnot, but I just kind of wondering if we can't spread out the any money we're going to invest in that type of signage, especially if it's geared towards speeding and other issues with driving. But
so here's the other issue with those smaller signs. They're stolen, they're broken, they're destroyed. So I know what you're saying, but cars hit them. They're not as sturdy and not as how can I say it? The longevity of them is not as good as the message boards. That's why, most towns are going toward that as well. You'll see less and less of them throughout different places.
Yeah, I actually, I'm seeing more and more. Maybe it's just where I go, but the thing is, I've seen ones. I know someone I know lives near one, and I mean, it could have been hit and replaced, but I don't doubt that that's happened. But I see how they're fixed either to a separate pole or telephone pole. And I don't doubt what you're saying is true, but I've never heard that there's not a way to keep them in key places without them being stolen. I don't know what you would do with that. I think it's terrible. I haven't heard that. That's terrible that that's happening.
Well, I think
maybe yeah. I was going to say, we can maybe discuss a little bit at a public safety meeting. I don't want to get too much into it,
but I'm going to tell you,
26,000. I just thought was a lot.
Well, the price of those are going up also. I mean, I can at the next public safety meeting give you the comparison of the price, but to me right now, those are more ornaments. They're not giving us any type of information or data. It's not transmitting that information to us so that we can do traffic studies. Is really, to me, it's an ornament.
Okay. Is the traffic data just for traffic study, or is it data that helps you fight the chronic speeding and aggressive driving? So maybe it's working in ways I'm not understanding, but will it help in that capacity, these four, if we buy them?
Yes.
Okay. The only other thing I was curious, the build out of the cars, the outfitting of the vehicles, if I'm adding it right, it's approximately $70,000 for a vehicle outfitted on the road. And that does include the $5,400 approximate each computer and that $70,000 per vehicle price tag?
About right.
I don't know. I don't know what you're adding.
Just the 9 vehicles and the outfitting of the vehicles comes out to about $70,000.
No, so the outfitting of vehicles, it would be, we're really talking about outfitting probably approximately 10 vehicles.
Right.
Okay.
The upfitting of the vehicles, a fully outfitted patrol vehicle usually runs between $24,000 and $26,000 today. Each year that goes up around 4%.
And keep in mind, we're mandated to put certain things in.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't suggesting we were putting anything we didn't need. I was just trying to get a sense of the price. And by today's cost, it might sound like a lot, but I know things have gone up. So $70,000 to have it completed with all the features officers need. I understand that. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the math, and that does include the Tough Book computer. So that's a completely outfitted vehicle, and right now the request is for a total of 9. Okay. Yeah, just following the math. Most of these things seem important. And then the only other thing I was curious, is there any way to have a generator? I know generators aren't cheap, but something a little more bare bones that facility on Hamilton would be able to function in an emergency, but maybe on a lower level than a $110,000 system?
So that is the quote that we have. Keep in mind that we have to use state contracts. That is a pretty significant size building. It is a commercial vehicle building. So it's not like we're putting a generator in our house. So we have to, I'm not doing it. We didn't hire a contractor. We're going with the state contracts, and we're using a reputable company so that we'll make sure that it has the proper service contracts and things like that. So the answer is, not that I'm aware of. I can try to think outside the box, but that is the quote from the state.
I think we need to bring Carl Houck in here. Carl, that's a 50 kW generator that's proposed there.
Yeah. How many amps?
Carl, are you there?
Who was answering?
I didn't
Sorry,
hear.
problem with Zoom. Yes, the building has 3 commercial HVAC systems, and it basically has to be sized on that. And then the additional load for any kind of OEM setup with computers and everything else, that will be the load that's necessary. So the generator is the 110 size for that building.
Oh, you don't know what amp it is by any chance?
I think it's a 50 kW, so 50,000 watts, 50 kW generators. It's the same size, I believe, that we have on the senior center, Carl.
Senior center is a little bit more, but yeah, so it'd be somewhere around like Public Works. Yes, Public Works.
And can I say this also? The generator, at some point, like the senior center, that is one of our shelters in an emergency. So we have to have a generator. We may look for a CRB to be a warming center or whatever. I don't know. But without having a generator, without having a backup plan there, it's not going to be used efficiently. We're not going to be able to use it.
This isn't like a Generac home generator that runs your furnace and your refrigerator. Like Carl said, it's got commercial HVAC system that you would have to run, and it might have to run for weeks. If I hate to think back to 2012 and Hurricane Sandy, but we had lost power in parts of town for up to 2 to 3 weeks, and you don't know where that's going to happen. So you need to be able to run your operations, in particular emergency operations centers, out of a building that has an HVAC system, whether it's heat or air conditioning, depending on the time of year. And the sizing of the generator was done taking into account all of those things.
No, I got it. Look, Bob, you and I have been through a lot of crises weather-wise together. I'm not against it. I was just wondering if there was a way to have it that, on a scaled back basis, but I understand these things are very important in the time of a national weather emergency. I hear you. I was just, like I say, trying to see if there's ways to save some money, but I support us being ready for any disaster.
Good question.
Yeah. Councilman, I'll add one other comment on that. This is a good price because just for our school, we put in a generator, which is 200 amp, 60 kW, that's almost like 60,000. So this one is a good price.
Okay, Mayor, can I come in here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In as much as we really want to save money, but also their services are very, very important. Okay. So we're not going to cut the prices to the point that it's going to undermine their services. So we have to be a little bit careful how we cut the prices and the cost. I remember last December, my ward, we ran into a series of problems. In fact, I called the director during the holidays to step into those cases, and she did. So if we cut down the price, cut down the cost so much, I think it's directly going to affect the services of the police department. That is what I want to bring in.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, sorry, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna say, keep in mind. Trust me, I'm frugal. I try, like I said, we can work on some things, but there's some things that I think, we need to just start now and plan for, because we put it off. Listen, we'll be looking at this next year, God willing, we're all sitting here, and that generator is going to cost us probably almost $200,000. We've seen that happen before. So I know the price tag is shocking, but there's a cause for it.
I have one question, and maybe this is really to Bob. On the pickup, I know other departments also have pickup. Is there a possibility that perhaps an emergency can be shared, the pickup?
Well, you have to understand that the pickup trucks that we have are primarily assigned to the Public Works Department, and in an emergency, the Public Works Department is at work.
Yeah.
So they're utilizing their fleet, and there's none to share.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I mean, they share with us when they can if we're just doing something on a regular day. But if it's an emergency, it's all hands on deck. Everybody's trying to do the same thing, get somewhere. They're not in a place to loan us their vehicles.
And if I might add, the DPW pickup trucks are good, but in an emergency, as the director was saying, they don't have emergency lights and sirens. So we would be actually trapped in regular traffic and not able to get to the location or incident expeditiously.
Well, my bent on it is, I've said no to the pickup truck. I can't count how many times. It's always next year. So I would say let's go with the pickup truck. The outfitting of the vehicles is always a shocking amount, but that's what it costs. I think Councilman Vassanello was onto a good idea about the camera trailers and the message boards. Perhaps we could go for 2 of each of those. How would that be, Director?
Yes, I'd rather have 2 than none.
So how does the rest of the council feel about going to 2 camera trailers and 2 message boards?
Mr. Mayor, are we supposed to have the final numbers today, or it's possible to give a little bit time to director to look at these and come back with the must-do items?
Well, I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for a comeback. There's going to be a Financial Oversight Committee meeting this upcoming Monday to finalize these so that we can prepare a budget document to be introduced at the first council meeting in April, which is the last date by which we can introduce. So there's not a whole lot of time. Certainly the director and I can have a discussion tomorrow, but I'm also following along with where council is going on the recommendation of the mayor.
So I think it's hard not knowing the context, like to just cut something to cut it. And that is our, spending flat, is spending going up. How is that in relation to other things? So I'd be hesitant to make a change right now to these items. I think we do know that we have to do some things to reduce spending, which is why I asked if this was already ranked. So if we have to come back to any items, and definitely appreciate the presentation and the thoughtfulness, and in a perfect world, all these things could happen, and maybe that's where we are right now. But I think there are some constraints as a member of the Financial Oversight Committee that we're aware of. And it's just, I think it's hard to know, like, if we did eliminate what the mayor said, what that would mean. I guess we could do it and then come back to it. But if there's generally, it sounds like a good idea. If people are okay with it, if we need to, then I think the Financial Oversight could also look at it and make an adjustment. Is that what you're looking for, Mayor? Like some sort of authority there?
Yeah, I mean, we can, I think we can get a voice of council now that the Financial Oversight Committee could give a final vote on. Bear in mind, from the assessments, if we look at the total assessments versus the residential assessments, if we have a flat levy, it's already a 3.8% increase. So if we don't increase our spending at all, it's a 3.8% increase to the average home, at least according to my calculations. So that's why I'm looking to cut some, but Councilman Onlijaka is right. You don't want to cut the police too much. They're our safety. So I thought I was splitting the baby with that suggestion.
We are. Listen, we can go back and look at it. I'll talk to Mr. Warnlocker and the captains, and we can try and put things off where we can, or, but this is where we are.
So I have a quick comment, Director. I think you hesitated on the line item 9, the fencing, perimeter fencing. So I look at it as a critical or a non-critical items. So in my mind, I think Mayor's approach I support, and I think even some amount of fencing that you were kind of hedging on that, if that could be trimmed.
No, I was saying we were piecemealing, like we were doing, if we had $7,000 here, we would add a piece to it. It is a liability. And, like Mr. Vornlacher said, it was determined one by JIF, our insurance company, as well.
Yeah, we get one person wandering on there, or even someone's dog. It's a firing range.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I kind of like Councilman Ed's perspective on this. Can't be here. It's not like being skimpy on tennis court. I don't think we should skimp on this because, like you said, this is public safety. I would go along with it. The sandwich boards, okay, but I'm in the tank for the rest.
So it sounds like the wiggle room area is the trailers, message boards.
Mayor, do we need all 8 SUVs? I know that all this is critical, and I want to be cautious of, trying to squeeze this too tight, but is there a need for 8 SUVs? Are we able to do it 6, 7? I just don't know the back end. Director, if you can give some context there.
Director, if you could go over the histories of what council has said you can do and what the company's actually delivered.
So, SUVs, I don't know if you remember this, but one year, it might have been last year, we were so backed up because Ford was not producing the police package SUVs that I literally did not ask for any, because I said I'm not going to ask for them. One, because I can't get them. So it was disingenuous for me to just keep, collecting the capital monies for them. But I did promised the council when I did come back and ask for more SUVs that we would need them. So, it becomes a morale and a safety issue at the same time when officers don't have proper vehicles to do their job, because it is their mobile office. So, I just want everyone to know that these SUVs, they're around town. They get a lot of miles on them. We are 50 square miles. It is their primary job to drive around town, and that's what we want. And like I said, we are proposing a schedule change that would increase the number of officers on the road at one time. And I don't want anything to derail that, because we are looking at ways to attack traffic, to maintain our surveillance for our burglaries. The officers and the command staff did a very great job with pushing back those burglars. And let me tell you, we used to have at one time 6 to 8, 12 officers on the road, 50 square miles. We have a lot of high-end vehicles. We have a lot of nice homes that were very enticing. And that is how we remain visible. And that is how we were able to slow that down and stop that in our town. So if you think of anything on this list, those SUVs, I know I'm mandated to have those body cameras and things like that, but those SUVs should probably be number one. I just try not to make it all about the cars, but that is their mobile office. If I don't have cops on the beat, they don't walk around town. It's too much land to cover. So I don't want to get back to cutting the number of SUVs. When I came, we were asking for 12 and 15, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Bob?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I keep it at a realistic number. I'm never going to ask you for more than what we think we need. Can we wait for some things? You know, trailers, maybe the message boards. You know, that those message boards are kind of like officers standing there. But you know, we want that. SUVs more important? Absolutely. That's not just preventive. That is reactive. You want a police car working and to get to your, 911 call as soon as possible. So I don't want to start that again, scrounging about the SUVs.
And I appreciate that back end, because I think it's important for everyone to know why that eight SUVs on this list and why it's so critical and needed for our public safety, right, for our residents. So thank you.
And listen, we still have, and Carl attests to this, 2007, 2008, 2011 vehicles on the road that work, that we use for those outside jobs, we use for the school jobs, so that the better cars are the cars that are responding to our calls for services. So keep that in mind too. And when those cars go, I have to bump something else down, but the older SUVs. So it's a constant rotation. They're not just sitting stagnant. I wish. Then we would have a lot of cars.
Any other good comments, Council? A lot of good comments. Unless you have more from the police, Mr. Bornlocker, we should move on.
I am ready to move on, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that completes the presentation for police department budgets.
Right. Director, officers, thank you very much. Thank you for all you do. The next one is Tara, open space.
Open space, okay. Be Tara and Carl. Just need to put my glasses on so I get the right one here. Okay.
Yikes.
Hey everyone, how are you?
Hi, Tara.
Hi, Tara.
Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm working on it, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're Excel workbooks. They have to open up each individually. So sometimes the bigger ones take a little longer.
Okay.
So there's a number of different lines in this budget. I guess then we would probably start at the top. And can everyone see it? I'm just going to scroll over just a little bit. There we go. Get it so it's centered on the page. The first three lines are generally budgeted by the finance department, myself, and with input from the Financial Oversight Committee. And those are the full-time salaries for our park maintenance department of the Public Works Department, and then part-time employees. We annually hire seasonal employees for open space, and then overtime to pay Public Works employees to work on the open space properties on the weekends. This year, you'll see there's a rather significant increase in the first line for salaries for full-time employees. Back in 2015, there was a decision made by council at that time, first in 2015, to pay for 2 full-time 12-month-a-year employees in the park maintenance department of Public Works for maintenance in the parks out of the open space trust, followed by what was to be calculated at 10 months out of the year for the 10 employees that work full-time in the park maintenance department. In an effort to try to keep expenditures down from the open space trust, those 10 full-time employees were actually budgeted not at what would be 5/6 of their salary or for 10 months out of 12, but actually at $30,000 per employee. So for a total of $300,000 plus the 2 full-time employees, got you to the numbers that you see in 2022, 23, and 24 at 392, 403, and 409. This year, the increase is to 685, so a 275,000 plus increase based on the decision to move towards that funding of 10 months out of 12 that was originally discussed back in, like I said, I think 2016 off the top of my head, but had not implemented until this year. The open space part-time and overtime remain the same from previous years. And then we go down and you know, certainly you can ask Tara anything regarding some of these other things. There's a $5,000 increase in printing and signs. That's and a $5,000 increase in emergency and safety supplies. There's a $50,000 increase in landscape for developed parks. A $30,000 increase in electricity and street lighting. The electricity, it's not, this is the electricity and street lighting is a title that comes from the Department of Community Affairs for titles for the line items. In particular, this is for electricity. And the reason why it has increased is council's decision to utilize open space trust funds to offset the cost of utilities at the Meadows Foundation houses that we own and they lease. Given their current financial difficulties, we needed to increase that line by $30,000 to ensure that we have money budgeted to pay their utility bills. And then a $4,000 increase for insurance. The insurance, this is primarily insurance related to flood insurance for the Van Wickle house. And then the mandatory bond principal and bond interest has actually gone down for debt service, leading you to a total operating expense increase of $320,000 over last year, minus any capital improvements that would be funded this year from the trust. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And I have Tara here to answer any of your questions about that, and Carl to answer any questions related to the public works functions in our parks and open space properties.
Also.
The printing and signage went up to 5,000, increased by 5,000. What sort of printing or signage, if you can give an example?
So in the past few years, we have, for our hunting signage, we've had to kind of make some changes based on different types of text we want to use and putting up more signs, especially for our leased farm properties. So that's why that signage went up. We were able to actually get some free hunting signage very recently from NJDEP Fish and Wildlife. So we may not end up having to use all of that, but it is, you know, really for safety to have the correct signage up and, you know, in the correct intervals.
So that's a good question. And that just also brings to mind that I should just remind everyone that the Open Space Trust Fund is very much different than our municipal budgets, you know, water, utility, and our municipal budgets from the general fund budgets, in that this is much like a spending plan more so than a budget. We put this in what we anticipate costs will be for these items. But given the fact that this is funded through the Open Space Trust Fund tax, and it's maintained in that trust fund, any monies that are unexpended go back into the trust. And if there were overages that needed to be funded, it's just a simple matter of moving money from the trust into operating for the year. It's not like the municipal budget, where once you budget that amount, you're tied to it, and you can't exceed the municipal budget. annually without an emergency appropriation. The trust fund, it operates differently in that you can budget for things like Tara just said, and if that money's not spent, it's still in the trust. It doesn't move. It doesn't go away. It's different than the general fund budget.
So
I just want to thank Tara and, of course, Bob for putting this together and for all the work you do for the Open Space Committee and the Agriculture Committee and Environment. I'm sure there's other pieces to this that we'll be talking about, but it's pretty incredible. We have a great town, a lot of environmental assets available across the community. And I think we saw in the pandemic a lot of people getting outdoors more, but don't forget, it still exists. Go back, keep going, and all these investments will help make that safer and more enjoyable. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilman, I second that as a liaison for this committee. I see they do a great job.
Thank you.
So I just had a question as to why the Bob scrolled away, I think. It had to do with the professional consulting fees.
That's Tara's bill.
No, I understand that. So I want to ask, can I ask a question, please?
Of course.
So anyway, I'm trying to find it back on the screen. I don't know if it's possible. So I'm all open to whatever services we need. We have to have and pay for them. I'm just wondering what, I see 147 2 years ago, 163 last year. What specific services do you see or initiatives that will you think keep it more towards 190,000 mark? And I know a lot of the costs come when you're thinking about buying properties, preserving whatever, buying development rights. I know there's other expenses, but since we're not involved in a lot of purchases or development rights, what do you see as the need for that increase?
Well, actually, we have done quite a bit of acquisition, Councilman. And it is in fact
going
for
forward in
appraisals.
2025. I said
we have several. I'm not going to disclose locations right now, but we have actually 2 locations right now, actually 3 locations that are currently in appraisal, and some of them large appraisals, large property appraisals. Obviously, the cost is incremental for the size of the property, as well as the surveys that need to be done. That's what that cost is for, in addition to Tara's contract with the town. And it also pays for any, there's been contracts with grasslands management companies to come in and give guidance on the Negri-Napodi and John Clyde grasslands preserves. So that was paid out of that line as well. But so that's why the number is stated 190,000, and we've been under, but it's an appropriate number to budget given the expenses associated with the acquisition of land and the management of the land.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
No, that's fine. I didn't realize. I know when we're buying or preserving land, I'm well aware of those fees. So I guess that's a good thing, because it sounds like we're still moving towards some of those purchases and possible acquisitions or buying the development rights. So that's good to hear. I was just wondering, and thank you for filling me in.
So not to let out a secret in a public meeting like this, but that particular piece of property that we talked about at the last council meeting in executive session, the offer has been accepted by the property owner. So you'll know what one I'm talking about.
Anyone else from council?
And the only other thing that I would highlight is that the anticipated open space tax for this year is the collected tax will be $8,348,749, which is an increase of $904,834 over last year's tax receipts.
So, for my comments, going back to the meadows, the 30,000, Review for the public what would happen if we didn't pay that.
The Meadows Foundation would no longer be able to occupy the houses with their caretakers. My guess is if that happened, then the Meadows Foundation would turn back to the town the 4 houses that they currently maintain: the Hageman Farm, Wyckoff Garrettson, and the Van Lucid Dam and Van Wickle. Those 4 houses would come back. We own those houses. So they have caretakers and maintain general maintenance on the buildings. We're responsible for large maintenance. And they had been paying the utilities up until, I guess, about 6 or 8 months ago, where they came to the township and said that they had financial difficulties. They were not raising money in the manner in which they did before, which is primarily through donations from the public. And given that fact, you, I think, very rightly took the position to pay those bills to keep the Meadows afloat, because the work that they do is work that we don't have the manpower to do.
Right. Correct. Yep.
If you could go over us, so we're going to be paying $685,000 in salaries. Is open space getting its money's worth?
Well, I can just bring something up. Well, I won't bring it up, but I will tell you that I did an analysis for 2024 when this was a discussion item for Open Space Advisory. And that cost is the salary cost. In addition to that salary cost, there's about $1 million worth of associated employee costs that are unfunded by the Open Space Trust and funded with the general fund budget, to include health care benefits. The health care benefits for 2025 were calculated at about $200,000 for the employees that work in the park maintenance department. Then there's the mandatory employer contributions for pension, which is for their pension about 20%. So, and this is not full salaries, obviously. So that's about $140,000 to $150,000 in pension payments. Employee Social Security and disability withholding is at 7.65%. So you're talking about another $50,000, $60,000 there for that. It gets up to probably in 2024, it was about $1.5 million in total just for employee costs for the employees that maintain the park. So at 685, it's still significantly below what the total cost is for those 12 employees in total.
I've also heard that we, of course, have 2 full-time employees, but there's times that they can't do something on open space or at the parks because they're filling potholes. How does that work?
It works in this way, Mayor. We have an employee workforce in the Public Works Department, a labor force of, I guess, about 40, 45 employees. And, we're not a 300 or 400 employee Public Works Department. There are times when we pull road department employees to mow grass in the parks because we don't have enough employees in total to get the grass done during the mowing season between April and September for all of the soccer fields and baseball fields and the like. So it's sometimes a rob Peter to pay Paul kind of thing, where you might have to steal employees out of the Parks Department to do some sort of work on a particular day that comes up as an emergency, but then you're taking them from the road department or the water department on another day to do work in the parks because there's not enough parks employees to maintain our parks during the peak grow seasons. So it's a trade-off. And it's also a trade-off with equipment. In a little bit, we'll talk about the capital expenditures for the park department. There's a number of pieces of equipment that are purchased from the road department out of the general fund that are utilized in the parks almost every day. rack body trucks to take the garbage, backhoes to do work in the parks, the loaders. You know, the heavy equipment is purchased out of the general fund budget, not out of the open space trust. The tree bucket truck, which was, I guess, about $250,000 when we purchased it, is used frequently in the parks to trim trees and remove trees that are become dead on open space properties and created a hazard. So it's a trade-off.
So, Bob, if I hear you right, there is still room to pass some of these actual employee-related expenses to open space. Is that what I heard?
That's correct. I think the decision that is a good one that came out of the Financial Oversight Committee, in that this is the trust fund is intended to fund not only the acquisition of property, but also the maintenance of our historic properties, the acquisition of farmland preservation on active farms, as well as maintaining our developed parks. And not just our developed parks, but our open space tracts that are passive recreation as well. The same people who maintain those open space properties maintain our parks, and the law does allow for full funding out of the open space trust for those employee costs. We just choose not to do that.
So I'm going to start calling the open space trust the FROSH trust, for farmland, recreation, open space, and historic. FROSH. The Open Space Committee, first of all, they're great people. I like them. I go to the meetings, even when I wasn't a liaison, just because I like the discussion, and it's an important part of what we do. They are jealously hold on to the money for land acquisition. And, if I could if wishes were horses, I would wish that we could spend all the money on acquiring open space and preserving it. But in reality, we can't. The voters said no to that. They want money spent on recreation, and I think that's great that we do. But right now, we are taxing people at 5 cents a hundred. That's why this goes up automatically when assessments go up. And they are paying for that 5 cents per hundred to do things like take care of our parks, take care of our open space. And then if we were to not use the open space tax or the FROSH trust to pay for this, then we would be taxing them twice, once in the general fund tax and once in the open space tax. So I think it's our duty to use the open space tax, the FROSH tax, in order to balance what our citizens are paying for all this. It's not fair, I feel, to tax them twice. So I agree with what we're doing. Any other comments from council? Okay.
Hearing none, there's one more for open space, Mayor. I'll get it open here. Okay, everybody can see that one? So this is the proposed capital projects for open space, and this I'll turn over to Tara and Carl. Tara, why don't you start off with number one? I think you're more familiar with that than Carl.
Sure. So we have been looking for a while to make some necessary repairs and rehabilitation to the bird blind at Negri Napodi. So Negri Napodi is still a very active bird watching area. The bird blind has been great, but in the last few years, it's kind of needed some attention. So we have been looking for ways to fix it, and we've been fortunate enough to have Chris Williams volunteer. He's a former member of the Open Space Advisory Committee, and he's a member of the New Jersey Audubon Society, as well as a carpenter by trade. So he's offered to make these repairs to the bird blind. The anticipated cost of all the materials is somewhere in the range of probably more 30 to 40,000, somewhere in there. So the Open Space Advisory Committee at one of our recent meetings approved an expenditure for supplies and materials of up to $40,000. And if it's below that, we won't use it, and we don't anticipate going that high. This is in case, as he's fixing it, he comes across, part of the foundation or some of the boards need to be replaced unexpectedly.
Okay, I'll take over the rest. Resurface the Delar Park walking path. It's original to when KHAV put the path and amended the park back in the 80s. Cracking, areas that are uneven. We had just done Williams about a year and a half ago, so this is the cycle of paths that you'll see through parks in the upcoming years. The next two are just items we keep every year that pop up. Any kind of parks repairs or amenities that we want to add, or ADA access that we can improve on in the parks, money to be able to do that throughout the year, and that usually comes out of Rec Council or the Director of Recreation. Big bellies, we've had great success with our big bellies, and my current supervisors in parks now, 2 of them, have identified another 8 areas that would be good for trash collection. These are the solar compactors that basically tell us when they're full, so we don't have to go back and forth to them like 2 or 3 times a week and pick up the trash. They tell us when to come. Catalpa Park, which has been going on a design and finally coming up to bid within the month or 2. Catalpa Park, this is the balance of funds based on the cost estimate that we would need for the full build out of the park. Additional, since the initial cost estimate was more than 4 years old since we last did it. The last one is returf the Middlebush fields. Those are the lit fields at Middlebush Park. They're used for football, soccer. The current rec director had gotten a quote from the a firm that does the work, or vendor that does the work. We currently have, and it's shown here, I think, is more a budgetary thing than a potential need, I think, this year. Subsequent to all this going down, as far as the capital being proposed and everything, our turf management company has evaluated the fields, and if we don't want to do that this year, we can get another 2 to 4 years out of our existing fields. Every year they do 2 cleanings, one in the initial, one after fireworks, and then as necessary. We've had minimal repairs done as far as tears in the turf carpet, I call it. Every year they do a bump test or a G-force test, which is the measurement, safety measurement of somebody falling on the field. And so far everything has been good. It's been the G-force number has been changing, but we're still well within the safety limits of the fields. And as necessary, every year they add more of the rubberized type infill mix that protects the players and the users of the field from getting hurt. And that's open space. Capital.
Council? Hearing none.
Well, I'm just going to chime in here a little bit, Mayor, about the turf fields. So it was included in this budget initially based on a recommendation that came out of Advisory Rec Council. And as a result of that, Carl and I have had several meetings, and Carl has had several meetings, as he said, with the company that manages not only our synthetic turf fields, but they also manage our natural turf fields in Middlebush. And I agree with Carl that we put this here kind of as a place marker. And I did have a conversation with Kathy Moody this morning about this, and I would recommend that, I just want everyone to understand how much it will cost for us to put turf down on those two fields in the upcoming years. And it is obviously one of those products that I'm sure will have an escalating cost as time goes by, but given the condition of the fields presently, I would not recommend that we go forward with would be the older field. There's that one was put in, and then about a year and a half later the second was put in. So they would be staggered. This is for two fields. They would be staggered when the time comes to do it. But we just kind of want to let everyone know that this is the cost estimate right now.
Laurel, I'm sorry. Can you comment on number 6, that's $750,000?
Well, the initial cost estimates for Catalpa Park go back to pre-COVID time period. And since then, the money that was originally budgeted that still sits in the capital improvement fund for to build the park needed to be utilized for a variety of requirements that the DEP decided to impose on us, including one that called for a significant redesign of a portion of the park because it was determined by the DEP that there might be a wood turtle a quarter of a mile to the west in a stream that bisects the park property, which is an endangered species, and we had to increase the storm corridor buffer in the park that caused a redesign. So these costs that are escalated are primarily costs due to the fact that the DEP continued to, every time we seem to hit the hurdle and get over it, they put another hurdle in front of us. And, and obviously, if you design a park in 2015 and now it's 2025, there's going to be escalated costs for construction. And that's taking into account Tara, what was the grant from Somerset County? About 325,000.
Yes. I think it was 325. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah.
So we received a grant from Somerset County Open Space to build an inclusive playground complex at this park. So that's not a cost that's incurred by the town. So you can take that 350 and add it to the 750. That's what happens when COVID comes and the DEP doesn't go to work and they drag their feet for a very long time. And I'm not going to mince words here. We have tried to meet every requirement, and every time we met the requirements, they came up with new ones.
Okay. Thank you.
Bob, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
On turf field number 2 at Middlebush Park, if we were to convert that field into grass,
okay,
instead of turf, would that be a far out cost, but could it be recouped by teams looking to play on grass? Meaning there are a lot of semi-pro teams, or whatever you want to call them, that have always asked if you had a grass field, we play on it. Turf, the ball travels too fast. So they would love grass because it has that natural feel to it. Would that be a detriment there to actually put that field?
I would defer to Carl, the other Carl on this call for that.
So each of these fields has a significant underdrain. We're talking feet of stone just so it doesn't flood. You're looking at, they can't use the sod fields or the natural fields. Is the issue lighting because they use them at night? Is that the issue that you know, the sod fields are not good enough at the time we had, like now?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, some of them, it's just that if they had grass, because they're playing on grass every place else. But when they come here, different shoes, different feels for the ball, different feels for when they fall, different feels to where that they would like to play, even for some high school teams. If it's possible, I just want to know what it would cost us to put that field to grass instead of turf.
Well, I could get a number from, like Bob mentioned, the turf management company we use not only for the two fields, but also the rest of the park. They do all that other work. I could get a quote for that, and we could regroup on that. But I know there is significant drainage, so you're looking at, you know, almost like filling a swimming pool in order to get back to grade.
But Carl, I had asked this a similar question too, because the turf fields, they do have like a sort of negative environmental impact because they are plastic, but also folks don't like playing on them as much. The benefit is you can use them all the time. They don't have to rest. But I think a lot of people put them in and thinking, oh, it's going to save money on mowing. It's going to save this. It's going to save that. But in the end, they are quite expensive to maintain and need to be replaced quite frequently. What is it, 10 years, or what's the lifespan?
The estimate is 10 years, but our fields are primarily used by younger people and not grown adults. And so the wear and tear is less. I think when you get into the high school and college area, that's where the 10 years kind of is more applicable. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking it's more like 12 to 14 for the age range that uses our fields.
So I think it would be good as a cost to compare, and then think about the benefits and the other costs, like not being able to use it. Since we don't have to do it right now, let's take some time to think through it.
I think that's a very good point, and that's I guess that's the point I'm making, is that I know that there's significant construction involved in replacing them. I mean, with natural turf, like Carl said, but I believe we have time based on the current inspections of the fields that we just had done recently.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Mayor, that concludes open space.
So Carl's up. He can do public works, water.
Carl's up. I'm going to get to.
Thanks,
there's
everybody.
A number of budget. Thank you, Tara. There's a number of budgets in public works. I'm just going to go down one by one. So they may be boring and quick, which is what I hope for most of them, but that's what we need to do here. First up is bear with me here. Need to make the open space one go away. There we go. I'm working at it.
When are you pulling up?
Board of Ed Transportation. So the Board of Ed Transportation budget, if I shrink it a little bit, you'll get it all in there. So this is all of the money that we have to budget to maintain the Board of Education vehicle fleet, but this is on the appropriation side, and then there would be an equal number on the revenue side, because obviously they pay for it. The increase here is $6,626, going up from $165,034 to $171,660. Any questions on that one? Hearing none. Next up is buildings and grounds, Mayor. That's one that Carl has to talk about. It's so big, so it's very slow to open. There we go. Okay. So building and grounds is budgeted at $509,922, which is a $100,472 increase over last year's $409,450. The bulk of that is in line 024, which is cleaning and maintenance of buildings and facilities. Carl, could you please explain that?
So under this is our all our vendors. Most of it, 90% of it's all our vendors. Janitorial cleaning contracts in there, which is a multi-year contract. We just went out and received alarm monitoring, which includes all the sprinklers in the building, all the maintenance and inspections regarding the sprinklers and the kitchen hoods, as well as the service, monitoring service for those. Building repairs are included in it, our exterminator, our generator maintenance. So these are items that have been bid out over the past year or so, and they're the numbers that came in. Last year, as you can see, we were a little bit light on our budget, meaning we were over our budget, so we didn't have, I had to move some money from a different account in order to, pay the vendors that are on the buildings and grounds budget. And the rest is just the 500 extra is just the increase from the sewage authority for the buildings that are listed as town buildings.
So does anyone have any questions or comments about the buildings and grounds?
Yeah, just a question. So what's the difference between row 26? That's equipment repair maintenance to, I think it's 055, which is plumbing, AC, HVAC equipment and supplies.
Right, so
Is that just supplies? Yes, go ahead.
No, yeah, 055 are vendors. That's our HVAC contract. We have a vendor that comes in that does all the maintenance and all the repairs on all the equipment on each of the, the HVAC. Any plumbing issues that we have, that is separate than the sprinkler company. That's two separate things. 024 and 026 are somewhat similar, but also equipment in 026. If you want to open that tab, if you don't mind, Bob. Sure. 026 is.
I'm getting there.
Yeah. All our New Jersey inspections we pay for, these are our fees for
elevator,
DEP and the DCA. And then any other miscellaneous equipment that was bad. We just, we just bought 2 new refrigerators last year, one in the rec department and one in the municipal building lunchrooms. I mean, equipment goes.
Okay, any other questions? My only comment is that on line 24, and I think all of you who spend a significant amount of time in our public buildings. The cleaning company that we now have under contract has far surpassed any effort to clean our buildings in the 40 years that I've worked in the town, and that includes when we had full-time custodians in all the buildings. They do a fantastic job. The bathrooms are sparkling clean every morning. They vacuum, they mop, the cleaning is
they dust.
Superb.
Yeah.
And I second, Bob, what you said. I've seen such a great job they do. They're always there. They're just working all the time.
Yep.
Fully staffed company who has taken their contract seriously for the first time, like I said, in my entire career. So very happy with them.
And they're nice. And they're
nice. They are nice.
If they can. They go out of their way.
Next up, Mayor, I'm going alphabetical. It's Condominium Act, Mayor. Condominium Act is one of those budgets that we budget annually at $100,000. It's to cover the costs of the reimbursement to those homeowners associations that do their snow plowing. By law, we're obligated to reimburse them at an equivalent rate to what our per mile cost is for snow removal.
And with the winter we had this year, we're going to come close to that 100,000.
It's not always about the amount of snow you get, but the number of storms that you get. Okay. Sanitation. Sanitation's largest number is recycling, which is line 028. The budget this year is for sanitation is $757,900. Of that, we back out the recycling tonnage grant that's received annually. This year, we received $226,624. So the overall budget is at $606,276, which is an increase of $92,000. Most of that is in the amount received from the state for the tonnage grant was reduced from 304 to 226. So the offset is less. So that reflects in a higher number to be budgeted.
Just FYI, depending on timing, this could change because we haven't actually, we budget a year behind the grant. So this is actually what's left from last year. I checked as of yesterday morning. We had not been notified of this year's grant. If it comes in higher, we may be able to apply a little more. But this, conservatively, this is all we can state at this point in time.
And again, that's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul. If you take the money from this year's incoming, you're going to then have less next year.
Absolutely. And that's what happened last year. We took the whole thing that we got last year because it had gone up. If you look at last year compared to the year before, it had gone up so much that we took advantage of it. But you're absolutely right. We're now only 1 year in advance.
And just so everyone understands, what this is the state of New Jersey gives recycling tonnage grants to municipalities based on the reporting of recycling done by the businesses that are located within their municipality as well. And so this increase in 24 that's carried on into 25 is a direct result of the initiative taken by the Public Works Department to send notices out and follow-up notices to all of the businesses in town to report their recycling efforts. And that's where that money comes from. So, any questions on sanitation?
Are we able to not pay that until Ward 1 gets its rolling recycling bins? Can we hold off payment? I know I'm just kidding. They're waiting on new trucks.
They're waiting on
and I will defend the county, and I don't do that very often, Councilman, but I'll defend the county in this one. They have waited for several years to actually get the trucks that they ordered. I think, in all honesty, it might have been as far back as 2020, and there's been a significant delay in the delivery of the trucks that utilize the arms to pick up those large buckets as opposed to human beings. And that's been the problem.
They had a few trucks delivered this year, and they leaked oil. So that delayed them getting on the road.
And I share your concern, Councilman Potasnik. There are still many neighborhoods, or let's just say, well, could be many in the 5th Ward, and I think the 4th that still do not have those rolling carts, and people ask me all the time. So I don't blame the county, but whatever we can do to urge them to get them out as soon as possible when it is feasible, I would highly recommend.
Well, what I'll say is I'll tell you that I'm quite certain that the Somerset County Recycling Department would like to get that out, because what I see on a regular basis is those neighborhoods that have those larger totes are having their recycling picked up by labor crews in standard garbage trucks and having to lift those large containers and dump them into the garbage trucks. So I'm sure that they want it because it's taken an exceptional toll on their workforce.
Yeah, also without the lid, the stuff blows around. And someone mentioned to me that you can't get the blue garbage cans anymore anywhere because mostly everyone switched over to the wheelie ones. So anyway, I'm patient. It's been a while. Eventually they will come.
Yep, I agree. So next up for Public Works is Shade Tree.
Meanwhile, it's Chip's birthday today. He's 5 years old. You say hi to them.
Hi, Chip. Happy birthday.
He's beautiful.
And his brother.
This would have been a good meeting for you to bring your chicken.
Is your brother's name Dale?
No, his brother's name is Finn. FYI. Chip and Dale.
Okay, so the Shade Tree is budgeted at $1,000. It's other contractual items, and this is primarily for the Shade Tree Commission for any expenses they might have related to training or and we say other contractual. It is for any training that's necessary. It's been over the last 3 years, I guess, as high as $650, as low as $195. Depends on the number of new members and anyone going to the training that's required for the Shade Tree Commission.
Next.
I didn't think there would be many questions, so I'm already hitting the close button, Mayor. Snow is next. First trees in the shade, and then snow. And
Well, you pulled it up. Councilmember Potasnik, how old is Chip?
He's 5.
Aw. Both brothers the same age?
Yeah, well, we found them at 10 days old in like a trash area, like a compost bin. And then I thought Mom would come back, but Mom didn't come back. So then we got them. So they're not well socialized because they didn't have Mom long enough. And we had a bottle feed them for however many weeks. It's crazy.
No budget. Oh, made it too small. Snow budget is proposed at $455,750, and I guess that's a misnomer now. I believe it's the storm response budget is what it's now called according to the state of New Jersey. And that shows a 0 increase over the 2024 budget. The snow budget is one of those budgets that's kind of unique among municipal budgets in that whatever the balance is that's left over at the end of the year goes into a trust storm reserve. You'll see that on the bottom here. Our balance as of 12/31/24 was $624,939.72. And you'll see that our year-to-date actual for 2024, we spent about 99.56% of our budgeted amount. So there will not be very much money going into the trust from 2024, but I'm very comfortable at the amount budgeted for 25, given the amount in reserve. Okay.
And if we run short, Carl goes out and does it himself.
Exactly. Streets, Mayor. As soon as it loads on my share screen. There we go. Street budget is proposed at $240,700, which is a $72,000 increase over 2024. Carl, all yours.
So the 029 other contractual, this is the 45,000 is for the second vendor, Vitalistics, to bring them on board as a vendor. They're the vendor that we demoed at the Public Works Committee and also saw down at the League, that provides cell phones that you put in trucks, and through their algorithm and their optics or whatever, they rate the roads. So the phones would be in either township vehicles, some public works vehicles, maybe assessor vehicles that are continuously driving around town for appointments and things. They would record the road, and then the back end would crunch and analyze the roads and provide us a rating on the road. So that purely is the increase, and it's $45,000 for the year.
It also spots potholes and some of the
signs,
signs, things that we get complaints about, and we have to rely on the public to report. This will put us ahead of that.
Right, correct.
And Carl, there's also a $15,000 increase in road materials.
Yes, road materials and supplies. This is additional line striping requesting, as well as additional costs for asphalt. With the latest bids, the numbers have gone up about 8 to 10%, depending on what we're getting. So that's the increase for that, and for the striping, that's contractor to come in and do striping. 042 education. We need to get additional personnel trained on live line arborist certification. What that means is the use of the bucket truck in close proximity to the electric distribution lines in the roads. That gives us the ability to trim the trees ourselves rather than waiting for PSC&G in certain cases. This is for the company to come out and do a training for a number of employees in-house here, rather than sending them out there. The last time we did this is when we got the bucket truck back in 2000, I would say 17 or 18. And we have significant amount of
since then, how many have retired?
Correct. We had 12 at one time. We currently have 5.
Carl?
Yes.
Yeah, I support wholeheartedly. I think that's an area we need to improve for safety and other reasons, the tree trimming. So how soon, if we do this, and it's approved in the budget, would people be trained and able to do whatever they need to do with the equipment we purchased to, let's just say, better keep up with our tree trimming? How soon would that actually be able to happen if we include this in the budget?
Once the money's available, we would schedule at the training facility. There's only 1 or 2 that do this type of training that's certified for around PSE&G, which is all our electric utility. You know, it's a 40-hour course, so they're at town hall 3 days doing classroom work, and it's 2-day hands-on with the bucket truck, as well as live cutting around trees and wires and everything. So usually the training, if the money was available early in the summer, my guess is that training would happen sometime in September, the early fall. That would be that week of training, and then as soon as they're trained, they're able to go and use the bucket truck and be certified. Certifications immediately, because the person that comes out and does the training signs the certificates.
Okay, well, I think it's a great idea, and we don't want them doing it before they're fully trained, but whatever could be done, assuming we approve it, the faster the better. Thank you.
Carl, the 19,000, is that for that particular training, and for how many resources?
So the line item is 19,000. The increase for the trainer is 12,000. That's the flat rate. It's 10,000 for up to 10 employees, and the room and board for him for the week. We've done it. It's the same price as last time that we did it, which again was about 7 years ago.
The remainder of the budget for training, Councilwoman, is for foremen to get, and actually not just foremen, but even people who are not foremen yet, to get their certified public works manager certification through, I guess, Rutgers and the state, Carl, right?
Rutgers, yeah, Rutgers.
Rutgers, and then we also pay for training for them to get things like pesticide and herbicide licenses, park inspection certification for playground inspectors. There's a number of different training courses that the Parks Department and Road Department take to get certified, so that they can do those inspections on things like playground equipment. And it is a certification course.
Yeah, it's a 5-year.
Okay. Utilities is next, Mayor.
Yikes.
Trying. There it is. Big one. Utilities proposed budget is $2,975,000, up $280,000 from last year's $2,695,000. And the significant increases are in electricity and telephone cable charges at $105,000 increase, and a $75,000 increase for street lighting.
PS will have a rate increase June 1st of 17.9% on electricity for the average resident.
Is PSE&G still resisting the LED lamps throughout?
I'll let Carl explain. He knows a little bit more than me on this one.
Yeah, so as the street lights go out, they replace them with LEDs at no cost, and then it's just adjusted on the maintenance portion of the bill. As far as them coming globally and just changing all the lights, There's from what they're telling us, there's no real program with the state for them to be able to do that on a townwide basis. So they would have to, as you know, rather than the ratepayers paying for that, they would have to pass that along to the township if they were to do it as a township-wide project where a contractor would have to come in. But an individual light here and there, they replace, you know, by themselves. PSE&G does that work, and they have been converting everything to LEDs. So when the street light's out, people report it, or we see it, and the police department reports it to us, and we put it in the website. You know, they'll come out within, you know, I would say 5 days, a week, and replace that light.
Okay, so there's no mandate from the state to do that, I guess.
No, there's no mandate and there's no funding. That, you know, there may have been funding pre-COVID when I know that was talked about a lot, because a lot of towns wanted to do it, and Franklin actually wanted to be a pilot because of the costs we were incurring. Yeah, there's no way they can get reimbursed because they don't have the manpower to be able to do it in-house.
Right. So that's something that we can lobby our assemblyman, I suppose.
Well, there was an effort underway, as Carl said, and my understanding, and it was about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, that there was some effort on the part of the BPU to mandate the switchover from the sodium vapor and mercury, and there's a couple different styles of streetlights, to LED. I think that, you know, that needs to have some. To get some steam again would mean, I think, an approach to the BPU again.
Okay. So we have some connections there.
I think we know somebody there, don't we?
Yeah,
we do.
The environmental chair has been, you know, reaching out to them pretty aggressively. So I would recommend connecting with Paul.
In fact, Paul Walitsky and I have co-authored several letters to the BPU on that very topic. So, all right. Any questions on utilities? Okay. Vehicle maintenance is next, Mayor. Vehicle maintenance budget is proposed at $228,250, up $50,000 from $208,500. That doesn't make any sense. That's not correct math. I can see that. It's certainly not up 50,000. It's up 20,000, 19,750. If I do quick math, I think I'm right.
I'm impressed, Bob.
Did I get it right? It's been a long night looking at numbers. From what I see, the increases are primarily in motor vehicle parts and accessories and maintenance repair of other equipment. Carl?
Yeah, I mean, the motor vehicle parts are going up, especially with everything going on in the world right now. And the last year, in the transition between the company that got bought out, which was National, went to Parts Authority, they did an audit on our account and they found some leftover money. So that's why we didn't spend our full amount, and it's a couple $1,000s, but we still spent 99%. So we bumped it back up to what we had, you know, the 2022 numbers, thinking that, you know, with the increase, and we've seen some of the increases already in parts. The other ones look pretty flat. We've had, 029 bumped it up to be something a little realistic because we're in the past couple of years we've been spending that 7,000 to 10,000 average when we send a vehicle out for repair. That's not doing it in house. It's more of heavy truck work that we're not able to do, like spring work, body work.
Okay. Any questions on vehicle maintenance?
Yeah, we do those formulas.
Yeah. That's formula error. All right. The next is the water utility. It's a big one, so it won't fit on the screen perfectly. So this is all of the operating costs related to the water utility. And there's a couple of different things. This includes everything, including labor costs. So that's why you'll see here things like medical insurance, Social Security, pension, disability, and the like, as well as the debt service for the water utility. The overall total operating budget for the water utility is proposed at, I'll put my glasses on, small print, $22,681,997, which is a $2,133,069 increase over the 2024 budget. That's not including the capital. We'll talk about capital once we get done with these operating budgets. The bulk of the increase here is up in the northern part of this sheet, and we'll start at the top. There's a $100,000 increase here in line 029 for from 40,000 to 140,000 for other contractual. Carl, you want to talk about that?
So this is to continue the successful leak detection program. The bid had come in right in the, it was right around 75 last year. And we're looking to continue to use the vendor on an annual basis and on an on-call basis if there's something we can't troubleshoot, to continue to find leaks and then we do the repairs. The program was very successful this year on the tail end of it, where we found a total of 32 leaks.
What about all the leak trucks we have?
So we have leak detection sensors that we put out to correlate areas, small areas. They do in 3 months what we do in a year. They have hundreds of sensors. We have a total of 35 or 40 sensors. And the program is completely successful. Very happy with it from what we did. For the level, we would have to hire 2 more people, maybe 3 more people full time, and get another 70 to 100 sensors to be able to get to the scale that they're at.
So I know can't remember the exact year, but I'm going to say within the last 6 or 7 years, when this leak concerns were just becoming very serious, we approved a lot of spending on a lot of, I thought, vehicles. I thought even additional personnel and other equipment, cameras, with the idea that, a lot of money that would take care of it. And I'm just wondering, are those expenditures that we did being utilized at all? Is there pretty much where now we pretty much, for whatever reason, can't do it in-house, and we'll now continue to utilize this other operation. I know that hasn't all to do with this year's budget, but I'm concerned when we spend large amounts of money and then find out that there's according to what I'm hearing now, an incredibly much better way to have done it.
Well, we never hired additional personnel.
Okay, but we bought
We
a
have
lot
not
of
hired any additional personnel in the water utility in my time as the manager. Not increased the staff.
We spent
and
money.
We purchased a van that was replacing an older van that's now used by the custodian. And that, as Carl said, is what's utilized for leak detection based on the amount of equipment that we have. And that's the leak detection equipment that was purchased. And it was actually purchased initially. When was Howard here, Carl?
2013.
2013, 2014. So it was over 10 years ago that we purchased that equipment. And it's been as it's become unserviceable, it's been replaced periodically in small numbers. But the initial effort that was made was actually in 2013 under the former water utility manager. You're absolutely right. But no staff was ever hired. And recently, within the last couple of years, we replaced the water utility van that's used for the leak detection equipment.
Right. That's correct. The initial onset cost, don't quote me on the exact, was about $35,000 for the amount of sensors. And then, as Bob mentioned, we got some other permaloggers along the way, which, were another $20,000, $30,000 also. Those are still being used, but in the limited areas or quantities that we have, we can't get into we have about 250 miles of water main in town. And not only the sensors that go on the valves, we have other correlating, which is also leak sensor equipment that are deployed that we use on a weekly basis. So, the two-part was purchased. I would say maybe we spent $35,000 on the sensors, and then we spent another $20,000 on the handhelds and equipment in order to pinpoint the exact leak. The sensors are telling us between two points, valve points or connection points on the main, where it is and what segment it is. And then we have the portable equipment where we hook up to tell us where to dig. So all that equipment is still being used on a weekly basis. We just can't do it on the grand scale as the company has. When they came out, they had between 4 and 6 personnel. They worked overnight. They worked during the day to get all the roads done. And the data was collected and all online, so we could download it, and they gave us spreadsheets, and they pinpointed a multitude of different things that I don't say we wouldn't be able to, but their equipment's a little more sensitive than the equipment we have that is even 7 years old. That's our newest equipment right now, 8 years old. Sensors. The other stuff I've bought, replacements on within the past, 3 years that they use for pinpointing stuff. What else do we have in here?
Well, we have this one.
Water, that's the calculated increases between American and New Brunswick. Those are contractual costs that go up, as well as other fees that we pay to the DEP. We were right at our number last year. So we're tight on those numbers. We're hoping that our efforts with the leak detection, our meter replacement, not only the small residential meters, our large meter replacement, the installation of meter pits in apartment complexes, that this number can come down because usage and billable water will go up this year. Projects, 18-month project, and we're about 8 months into it right now. The rest, another millions, the debt service, which Kathy had put in. So I don't know too much about that.
Debt service on the water utility is up $675,000 on principal and 236,700 for interest on debt service. And then we have salary and wages is up 99,705 for all the employees associated with the water utility. And we'll talk about capital with the next sheet that I put up for the water utility. So that's the bottom of the page. But the overall is up, as I said right here. I guess the total operating expense is up $2,133,069. Don't have my glasses on again. So any other questions about the water utility operating budget? Since we just did that, we'll do the water utility capital next.
So I just wanted to ask you, Carl, the increase in the water rates that we imposed, is that enough to cover this increase in budget?
No.
Is that enough to cover?
We will have discussions about either rate restructuring or rate increases later in the calendar year, Councilman.
Okay. Thanks.
Carl?
Okay, annual meter replacement program. In past years, this has either been 100,000 or even more than that, double than that, 150. So based on having all new meters is what's planned by the end of this year. This is just to keep the stock. Should we need to replace something that had failed or the batteries had died? So that's the first one. In prior years, it's been a lot more. Annual main replacement. This is the cost for to do sections of main replacement. Last year before, we implemented the DISC assessment, which is an infrastructural fee that we collect separate from the water usage fee, for specifically slated for infrastructure replacement on water mains and service lines, which includes lead service lines if found, or galvanized. We don't have lead, but we do have a few galvanized that we have found. Apartment retrofit pits. This is the cost of the materials to change over the apartments where we don't have control of the mains to do leak detection and everything. This would give the apartments, full. They'd be paying for everything that would be leaking, as well as any issues that may be inside these older apartment buildings. Large meter replacement program. This is to finish up the program at the end from, let's just say, June to the end of the year. This is the purchase of the meters. Larger meters, 1.5 inches and greater, are replaced by the property owner with specs that we give them as far as needing to do some plumbing modifications, as well as removing bypasses that may exist and have existed since the inception of the building. Curb meter pit retrofit, and a lot of these are similar items that you've seen in past years. This is to add meter pits to properties. Right now, we're targeting the 80s development that we're trying to retrofit. A lot of the 80s developments, such as the Quellbrooks and the Society Hills, have plastic service lines. This section that would be from the curb box to the unit, whether it be a townhouse, condo, or house, plastic service lines. We've been seeing that the 40-year-old lines are now starting to leak. This is unmetered water. This is water that we pay for that we're not able to bill because it's not captured. By putting the meter at the curb, we're able to capture all that revenue, as well as notify the property owner that do have a leak on the service line. Water asset management plan. This is an update for a vendor to come in and do an update to our current plan, which was done back when Governor signed the bill back in 2017. It expands the requirements. So this is similar to, in the planning world, doing another master plan for the town. We're doing a master plan and assets and cataloging everything for all our water utility. The next two are in tandem together. This is the right now we have a contractor that's in-house, that's VIPO. Everybody's probably heard of them by now. That's currently replacing all the smaller meters. Smaller meters are the residential 5/8, 3/4 meters that are in houses. This is the cost to finish out the additional roughly 2,000 to 3,000 house meters that are not that are still brass meters, converting over to the new system that is able to find leaks and everything, along with the purchase of those meters. So to finish out the town is roughly going to be another $1.1 million to get every meter new, which would be roughly from 2014 on. That's when the program started with my predecessor, as we mentioned, Howard. Pump station upgrades. This is part of our, we have 6 pump stations. This is part of our capital improvement plan that we submit to the state, money that would go towards upgrades in the pump stations. This is, electric pumps, VFDs, modules, everything related to the building and the water distribution system for the pump stations and the tank. This one I wanted to put in here, Hamilton Street water main replacement. The county has gotten a federal grant to study and redo Hamilton Street from the New Brunswick line to basically in front of the CRB, 935 Hamilton Street. The water main in that road is slated to be replaced. It's transite pipe, concrete pipe. From the 50s. It would be piggybacking exactly what we're doing and have been spending the federal money on, and all the streets from Brookline, on the lower end we call it, from Brookline all the way over to where we're continuing, and we will get to somewhere around Matilda this year, from Hamilton to Route 27 or Somerset Street. It's going to have to be done. Their project, as far as the county project, to reconstruct basically the entire section of Hamilton Street, is slated to be started sometime in 2029. Right now they're in the design phase and they have to go through various approvals and resubmissions with the federal government, being it's Fed money. So this money, if we were to do it now, would be for the entire project, for us to complete the water services and put meter pits for those respective properties that front or are served by the Hamilton Street main. The entire length is what we estimate that to be out. It can be broken out in phases. It would be no more than three phases that we can do this in, but that's the total for that. And Kingston Interconnect, this is the main extension we did from Trap Rock all the way down to Kingston Shaw Drive to do a secondary interconnect. The piping is in. There's some escalated costs and construction costs and other things going on related to the project, which is coming up on being finished, at least in this phase before the pump station. This is what it's anticipated by the engineers would be the additional money, and there were some utility conflicts. We had to do some change orders in the installation of the water main in Route 27, which you could imagine what we found between gas, electric, and telephone fiber.
And concrete underneath the pavement.
Yeah. The old decking in Route 27.
What's the difference?
And that is water.
What's the difference between line 1 and line 7 and 8?
So line 1 is for us to do a replacement. Should a meter that, let's just say, that wasn't replaced by VPO, and it's I'd say it's a plastic meter, an iPearl meter that may be 7 years old, the battery goes dead. Or the remote read on the side of the building gets, somebody changes their siding and we have to replace it, and back charge them. This is just to keep the material on hand to be able to do that on the shelf. The 7 and 8 is for the contractor to do everything. So if we buy, let's just say 3,000 meters with the 750,000 and flex boxes, that would be slated for the project and the identified 3,000 homes that the contractor, or the additional 400,000, to do the work themselves, not us get involved in the project.
I see.
So in other words, $75,000 buys about 300 water meters. If it's 750,000 for 3,000, my quick math tells me that means 300 does cost 75,000.
Carl, I had a question. I recently, actually a couple of days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, I saw a gentleman from your department coming and taking pictures of the water inlet valves and the meters. What is that project all about? Is there something that?
Oh, so he made it to your. Okay, he made it to the front.
Yeah,
building.
to school,
So
and yeah.
So that's part of the large meter replacement program. So any building that has a meter of 1.5 inches or above, right now we go up to 10-inch, but those are all new. So basically 8-inch meters. So what we're doing is we're going around and just assessing what's in the building so we can give better guidance to the property owner on what they specifically have to do in order for them to replace the meter. We give the meter for free, but the plumbing in the utility room or basement, wherever it is, the spacing where the meter is has to be increased. So we'll tell them if they have a bypass, what they have to do. Right now, we have that person, my water maintenance person, coming out and just taking pictures, evaluating everything. So we could put a database together and we could basically guide the property owners in the right way as to how to get this done efficiently. We're giving everybody 90 days to do the replacement. We have for the letters that are going out, and we just sent out another bunch this yesterday, Monday, and today. We have meters in stock. This, for what we're doing now, it may be a little further down the line when, such as your property, would get the letter that, once we have additional inventory for meters.
Right. I mean, ours is pretty new, so.
Right. And the newer ones don't have to, the newer ones, if it's a blue meter, which is all the Omnis, those are all set up and they're good for, 20 years.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
Okay.
Carl?
Yes.
So some clarification here. I love seeing that item number 10, but as you just suggested, that would probably be a 3-year program. I firmly believe, and I think we're all hoping that 2029, those shovels go in the ground to let's just say, redo Hamilton from start to
reconstruct. Yeah.
Reconstruct. So we have 25, 26, 27, 28. My concern is twofold, that we don't budget, tax, get the rate from the tax rate payer, whatever you want to call it, before it's needed, but to have a plan so that this could happen, whatever, we review in public works based on your professional input, but we wouldn't want to tear up too soon because we would end up with a patched up Hamilton Street in lieu of not repaving until 29 when the repaving would be done with the whole street makeover. So not to get too complicated here, but shouldn't that be done then 26, 27, 28 so you don't have a lot of patchwork prior to the redo? And also how would we collect the money? Like, shouldn't we collect it in increments because we'll be spending in increments? We're talking about almost $4 million. So if you can give some little insight into that, I'm glad we're doing it, but you know, I'd like to be sure on the plan. And then one other quick question: is 2 and 10 or 2 and anything like 10 duplicate? Because that DISC program is to get money into a kitty to, so to speak, to do water main replacement. And I'm not saying remove that Hamilton budget because we want to get that done. Otherwise, it defeats the whole purpose of revitalizing above ground if we don't do underground. But if you can comment on, maybe I'm misunderstanding the redundancy and then the Hamilton thing. Thank you so much. Glad to see these things on here, by the way.
So 2 and 10 are the same. 10 is broken out as a specific project. Number 2 would be a bunch of streets that we pick based on our history of breaks, based on the history of the pipe type, based on the history of possible and potential galvanized service lines that may service the homes that we're responsible for. We made that decision when we got the federal money that we wouldn't push the cost onto the homeowners. We would replace from the main all the way into their house to their meter. So they would get a brand new service line, and we've done a number of them so far as they come up, and it's included in the project. So if the contractor finds it, it's not a delay for a change order. They're noticing the property owner, they're picking a date when they can get in the house, and they're doing it as part of the project while they're on site. It's immediate, and you know, we do it that way. For the Hamilton Street, if we were to do the main, obviously, the paving you have a concern with, and that would be fine. We would have to do a semi-permanent patch on Hamilton Street. It wouldn't look like the side streets that you may have seen on, you know, the lower end, because what we had them do is a temporary, knowing that we were coming in within the year, okay, and the base that they put down is substantial to last a winter, 1 winter, maybe 2. But what they would be doing as part of that project, and then, you know, us doing, you know, between sidewalks, curbs, and any other infrastructure, handicap ramps, any other stormwater, that would be done after the water main. So our intent in those streets, it's going to get torn up again. So let's not, you know, make it permanent, like almost like a permanent repair trenched. We would have to do a semi-permanent repair. So it would be a contractor, a paving contractor that would come in, and they would have to pave the trench to basically the standards of paving a road, like an entire road, except we'd be limited to the trench plus 6 inches on either side. So that would last a good 5 to 8 years. And if they're doing their project in 2029, it wouldn't be a problem, and we wouldn't have, you know, I'm sure you've seen some of the issues that may have come up on the side streets of Hamilton now. We have isolated areas where through the winter the base has moved around just because it went through 2 winters instead of 1. It would not look like that on Hamilton Street.
Okay, that all sounds good. And then about the allocation of funds for that almost 3.8 million, wouldn't we be wanting to get that from the ratepayers divided out over the 3 years, starting in 25 or 26?
Yes, if you so choose.
That shouldn't be collect. That shouldn't be a line item though with that amount. I mean, you're describing the plan, and I'm glad, so we all understand that now, and I'm looking forward to it. But shouldn't that line item be like a third of that?
Yes, and that's why I said we could break it out into projects.
Okay. You answered all my questions. Everything you're saying sounds great. I just wanted to clarify there. Thank you.
Yeah, based on our current usage, because the DISC charge is based on usage, okay? And that was approved not only through council, but also through the DEP, our capital spending plan, which we submit every year. I just actually submitted it last week to the DEP to get approval. We collect a little under $2 million a year in DISC charges for that infrastructure that needs to go directly back into replacing the mains and upgrading the system.
Carl, I had a question. So first of all, thank you so much for doing this and putting this list together. So if you look at the list, and how many of them you believe that are must that has to be done this year? And how many of them you think that might be postponed for next year or future years?
Sure. I don't know, Bob.
I'll put it back up.
Okay. Yeah, I have it in front of me, but
I'm putting it back up. I just warn everybody that we have quite a few budgets still to go through.
And you recall, Councilman, that water is self-funding.
Yes. So it's the priority, but just number one, we need inventory. So if a meter breaks or something happens, I need to be able to put something back in somebody's houses or where they're going to be out of water. And, the annual number two, the money that's collected, and we've kind of banked a portion of decent over that right now. We need to continue with our funding plan with the DEP. Okay. Budgeted.
Perhaps instead of going line by line, is there anything you think you can cut out? I think is what I'm asking.
Right. So number 10, Hamilton Street could be done as a phased. Number 9, I could reduce number 9 and do interim upgrades, which I could reuse the equipment as we go through a design phase. So pump station upgrades, I could defer. I really need to get the water meters replaced. Not only does it help the customer through being able to detect a leak with the newer style meters and everything, but I think I kind of see myself, and if I want to say this, but doging the water department on a good way. We're finding things that are problematic, that are wrong in billing, that may be inconsistent, slow meters, this, that, and the other thing, people that have bypasses open, leak detection. So all this, I think we need to go through the full circle. So I really need to get the 7 and 8 to get these meters changed out. Asset management plan is due at the end of next year. And if we don't start it now with a vendor, if we get money next year, they won't have enough time. It's probably 1 year's worth of work, similar to what you would do on a master plan for a township. Again, number 4 ties with 7 and 8, the large meter. This is just to get inventory to be able to finish out. Larger meters cost more. I mean, a 4-inch meter is $4,000. And we have a significant amount that need to be done of the larger meters. The apartment retrofit and the curb meter pit retrofits could be deferred. We're moving along and doing projects this year, and the money that I may have some leftover money to do a smaller project, not a grand scale. So maybe not do a whole development such as like Quellbrook 3 or whatever, or the townhouse section. I maybe just have to widen it down to a street with the leftover money, but those could be deferred. But the meter, I think we need to come to a finality of the meters being replaced in every home and business in town in order to give us accurate usage. We'd be able to get monthly usage, daily usage on every meter through the back-end software, and not have to worry about losing money just because the meter's been in the house for 40 years and running slow, only billing 85% of the amount of water going through rather than 100%.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I don't know if I mentioned that Hamilton Street can be done in 3 phases, and 3 would be the maximum amount based on the lengths and the way everything sets up on the streets.
Carl, 3 phases as in what? Like this year, next year? following year?
So if we, yes, three consecutive years before the county did their work or started their construction on the reconstruction of the road in roughly 2029. That's what they're slating. They have a very good base plan already, so it's going, it would have to go through the approvals and a whole bunch of other, reports, traffic reports had to be submitted, and then the approvals from the Fed probably going to take a considerable amount of time, meaning that there may not be anybody in the buildings.
Okay.
I don't know what's next.
Manager? Or
Public work, general capital, Carl. I'm just going to start putting them up. Next one up is roads.
Roads.
Yep.
Knock them out quick.
I believe this has a mistake on it, but we'll work our way through.
Yeah, the first one, Public Works Committee recommended annual resurfacing of $4 million for this year. Crack sealing program to continue extending the roads, $100,000. We've been budgeting the same for the past 3 or 4 years now. Same thing with stormwater infrastructure, $100,000 for us to buy the materials to be able to improve drainage in areas. Streetscape includes, and we're tying that with, we have been tying it with pavement and water main replacements. This is for curbs, sidewalk, handicap ramps, any other miscellaneous items that are required to upgrade the street prior to paving. And as part of paving, the infamous guardrail, phase 699. This would be second to last. This would get us somewhere between Copper Mine and Old Georgetown.
So that's either the second to last or really not, because when we get to the last, then it'll be time to start at the beginning again.
Yeah, I can't do that again. I really can't. Just gonna put a steel plate on the wood. Let them bounce off of that. Yeah, so traffic signal upgrades. The county did an evaluation for us as part of an outage we had on one of the signals. I believe it was Pearson-Davidson. And a bunch of our signals are from the 80s, and the traffic controllers and all of the signals are LED. So they did that when they did that about, had to be more than 10 years, probably 15 years ago. But the stuff, the guts in the box that actually drive the signal, we are needing to replace. End of life, county having problems. They do. We have a shared service with them to do all our maintenance. So they come out if a signal's on flash, and they'll replace modules or boards or whatever if they can get them. That one signal we had to do a complete swap out because it just couldn't, not available parts after some of these. I know the JFK New Brunswick one is the guts they're telling me are close to 40 years old. JFK safety beacons. This is the beacons, the flashing lights that are activated when the children are getting out of school around St. Matthias. Same thing. We have a shared service to help out with that. The Franklin Boulevard and also the one on Elizabeth Ave. Beacons that are activated by the crossing guards. The parts are controllers again issue, and this is to do some also additional wiring because this past winter we were chasing some shorts in the system which were precluding one of the lights from blinking. Roadway pavement survey update. This is actually an update of from the current vendor, Street Logics, to go do another road test. Like Google Car, where they have the radar and the cameras and everything else. This is that type of survey, a vendor to come out, one time for the vendor to come out and then do all the back end updates on the pavement rating and through a multitude of different things they analyze for. To piggyback and continue the history and get us a new list for an anticipated 5-year pavement plan. Once we get them installed on Skillman, everybody is very hopeful, and this came at the request of the Traffic Safety Bureau that Cordeloo, even though one of the two is not as a 90, but they've been having same type of crash issues on Cordeloo now that, both of those roads have been paved really nice, so they're getting some speed. So with the basic topology and the darkness of the road and everything, because it's a rural road, they requested both curves to have, signage, blinking arrows, and lights, similar to what we have on the DeMont Lane curve, which I know a lot of people see. And that's roads.
It says 3 million. I thought.
No, that's what Carl said. That's a mistake. That's the mistake.
Okay. Just wanted to. That's cool. I just wanted to confirm. Wanted to confirm.
Okay.
Yes.
What are vehicles?
Oh, it's just one vehicle. Yeah, it's one.
Next is DPW vehicles and equipment. Just how I opened them up.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So 1 and 2 are together. It's a paving machine, which has been on the budget or a capital request for I could say at least 8 years. No tandem here though. This is a smaller paving machine, not the ones that you see typically as you would see for a vendor or one of our vendors doing reconstruction of our road. This is for us to do, repairs on roads. We now have a supervisor in the roads department who's hired last fall, that has done and is pretty much an expert on paving and has used a machine like this in his former township. Electric loader to replace our 544 loader, which is a 2009 and has seen better days as far as loading salt and everything. So it's seen better days. Let's just put it that way. Snow blowing machine for sidewalks, trails, paths, or not trails, pathways. This is a multi-use machine, snow blower, plow for the front, very small. It'd be like a ride-on tractor with a box, like a cab on it. Also the ability for a pull-behind salt spreader. So, for smaller usage, this is nothing that would go out in the roadway or right-of-way area. This would be more, it could be a right-of-way that we have in DeMont Lane and others, but, youth center, town halls, 935 Hamilton, the buildings and facilities that we own. Vac truck for basins. This one here would be high on my list. We have been trying to get a truck for basins. This is catch basins cleaning, and as part of our MS4 permit, we're required to do this. We currently only have a sweeper that would help out with this, and the sweeper needs to be operated by someone with a certain CDL Class A license with tanker endorsement. We have tried in the past, I would say 5 years, between water, Clean Communities, and everything, to buy a trailer mounted unit that could be used to tow behind a mason dump or a small truck. However, the same issue comes up because of the amount of water and the amount of weight that is used on the chassis. Again, it's I guess axle load. you still need the CDL type license. So we have not been able to get a vehicle. Maureen, my capital projects engineer, reached out to a vendor that makes a truck that is non-CDL rated. So we would be able to send laborers out, which I would want my, laborers to go out to be cleaning catch basins rather than my operator that should be in a backhoe or, a street sweeper or, other type of equipment, large equipment, spending his time, because we only have 6 of those, but I have a plethora of laborers. This would be the balance of the money to put with the water money, which we'd be using the truck also for like curb boxes, the repairs to suck down on curb boxes, but also clean communities to be able to clean the basins. This would be the balance in order to be able to purchase the truck. So this is very high on my list because I don't know any other way, if we don't have multiple options to clean catch basins, how we're going to comply with our DEP MS4 permit. So that's that. Farmwall tractor. This is a tractor to pull the batwing to all the attachments we have capital money for roadway, cutting around guardrails, as well as cleaning of ditches. This is the equipment to replace the current arm mower that is probably 1990s. I don't know the exact year. And now is out of service. So we would have to spend a significant amount of money to replace the broken arm. It's basically replaced because all the welds broke, just due to age. No any kind of misuse of the equipment, just due to age. Replacement body for service truck. This came at the request of the vehicle maintenance foreman. The back body is a steel body. The chassis of the truck, so the chassis, engine, cab, and everything, and this is just, it's like a pickup. It's a small vehicle. He's just asking the replacement body, which it's more of like a utility service body with a lift gate on the back. So when he's out doing field repairs or field work on vehicles or equipment, he doesn't have to worry about his tools falling out of the doors or the drawers because it's rusted out. Truck chassis and plow. So we had bought Freightliners or single axle body. These are the large plow trucks that you see, with the spreaders on the back. We have a total of 5 Sterlings, so I'm proposing to replace these Sterlings now, which are basically parts-wise are end of life as far as body parts and some of the engine parts now. We've been trying to do what we can. This would be to replace that truck. A few years ago, I'd say about 8 years ago, we decided to keep the chassis and replace the body, which would be the back dump end and everything, and replace the spreaders and do all that on those Sterlings in order to extend the life. A brand new truck now with plow and spreader and all the bells and whistles is going to run about $325,000. So what we're looking to do is purchase the chassis and the plow, because each plow has to be basically custom for the truck. So I can't move over, as police may be able to move over lights and radios and everything else. I can't move over the old plows on a new truck chassis. But we would be saving the additional money on the spreader and the body. So the body would be a significant amount, the back body, a significant amount of money, and then the spreader is another $20,000 to $30,000. So this would be as part of my 5-year plan to replace one for the next 5 years, and at a cost savings of roughly of half, because we're reusing parts that we bought that are stainless steel and aluminum bodies that have basically shown minimal amount of wear over the past 8 years that we've been using them. 15 mobile radios. As part of the recent county and township upgrade to the radio system, we have some dead radios and trucks and equipment that were not basically, Brian Farrar, who was leading the project over the past month or so, our older first generation of whatever version radios were not able to be upgraded to the latest transmission, whatever it is for usage. Firmware, here we go. On our current new radio system. So basically we can't talk to a certain amount of equipment. It's basically on equipment now, the trucks and equipment, the larger trucks, we picked and choose which ones that we don't use as much, and for those we have to rely on cell phones, unfortunately, or portables, which is number 11 because we've had some issues, the portables that weren't able to be flashed on via the firmware also. So those are just handheld radios, and those radios we also use doing traffic control when we're doing water main breaks and digs. Heavy duty rotary broom. This is when we do road work and we're able to sweep the road. It goes on the front end of the loader, connects in. It's hydraulic. It's a hydraulic one to sweep the roads better than we can do. And one of the guys in the parks asked for a grappler when they're doing to the existing 244 loader. When they're doing tree work, small tree work and everything, and work in parks and along the roadway area, using the small loader in the small areas, they're able to pick up the branches and tree limbs and trunks and everything. Easier, let's put it that way. And that is DPW, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm all things PW. I love all this stuff. I'm just wondering if any way humanly possible that we can get by without that electric loader. We got about 1.4 million here, and if there's any way humanly possible we can get by, perhaps next year or the year after, but putting that aside this year, I think considering our financial situation, that might be a big help. So is there any way humanly possible we can service our town with putting that electric loader aside? Temporarily.
So I mean, we first started proposing the loader, just a basic loader replacement last year, and then through vendor we met down at the league, looking into electric and everything. The cost of the electric is significantly more than a typical loader. We could probably put it off another year. The loader that would be replaced is, though, a backup to our primary loader for loading salt trucks. So just bear that in mind when we make it.
No, I got you. I'm just saying that
the new cat is 5 years old and still looks like a brand new loader, the way we maintain it and the way it's built compared to the one from 2007. So I mean, I think I can get away with it another year. If we need
it's
to
all
pull
great
that.
equipment, but that would be my one ask that I think that would be very helpful, especially this year as we're trying to keep any tax increase to a bare minimum, still being able to service as we want.
Jim, we talked about this, and the electric loader at $600,000 is about double the price of a diesel loader. And what we were looking into when we included this, and we had hoped that we would be able to get it, was a state grant for electric vehicles. Unfortunately, what we were told when we finally got in contact with DEP is while there was grant money available for large electric vehicles, it did not include off-road vehicles, which is what a loader was considered. I do have a phone call that I have to make to someone at the DEP that was put in contact with me by Stan Jarris from the Environmental Commission, who's Mr. Electric Vehicle. I think you all know Stan. You know, Carl and I talked about it, and I think that in the interest of maybe waiting, not only because of budgetary reasons, but waiting for the opportunity perhaps to get a significant grant was another reason to push this off to 26. It would be nice. The electric loader does offer a lot of the features of a diesel loader. And obviously, and it comes with the heavy duty charging station and all of that. But you know, Carl and I are probably on the same page with you on that. In that we can push in the hopes that grant money for off-road vehicles becomes available, you know, later this year or early in 2026.
Well, that's cool. The little research I did, I think that's the way to go. But it sounds like a win-win then. That was the main thing that I had. Anyway, thank you very much.
Anyone else? No one else?
Yes, Mayor. I think, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, can we also, and similarly, you know, what Councilman Vasanella said, I think these are all really critical things that we need. But with that being said, I think we also have some budget constraints going on. Looking at this, and I think I hear you, Carl, on some of the ones that are at the bottom of the list that you absolutely need. But then top of the list, I'm looking at this, and I don't know if this is based on, again, priority levels or just numbers, but the paving machine and or the small articulating roller, I believe. I mean, do we absolutely need that this year, or can we like go past this year without those items?
So, you know, I did coming out of Financial Oversight Committee, I believe was in February. I was asked to do a rate of return on these items. Based on the usage that we would have and having to call a contractor in to do, you know, small things. And, you know, Jim had mentioned something to me on New Brunswick Road here that I took a look at, that would be slated for, you know, a contractor to do rather than us in the middle of the road. The rate of return on those two, item 1 and 2, is about 5.25 years. And, you know, those are the numbers based on the anticipated work we put into in using those during, you know, between April and October. You know, it's been on the list for at least 6 years, if not 8 years. Can we defer it? Sure. Do I want to defer it? It's more of a, it's higher up than a want. It's closer to the need. But if you so choose, we could, you know, farm out that work to vendors, you know, as part of, you know, the repaving and overlay project, you know, for another year.
Yeah, and I think we also have to be.
I was going to say, Sheepa, these are the kind of things that it's not that we have to have it. It's that it's a method to try to make ourselves more efficient, and the repairs to large, when we need to make a large repair. And, you know, when we're trying to stretch those paving dollars in that big number, that $4 million number that we talked about the last time, and we're trying to make a road last longer, that's the effort here. Now, so that means, you know, can we function without this machine? Absolutely. We can absolutely function without it. In the future, and this is where we're trying to look towards, you know, trying to make it a little bit more, the repairs a little better, and being able to make bigger repairs without having to bring in an outside contractor. But in this particular year, and I am the one who's looking at every single line of this budget, right? I know that there are things that we're going to need to eliminate. It's just not practical to have everything funded this year. I think that, you know, that particular thing that you identified is something that we can push to 2026.
And if I could just piggyback on that, being that the new, my new supervisor who does paving, had done paving in his former job life, town life, he basically did an evaluation. He did the calcs and everything. He also said, if we're doing, we could get something smaller and be efficient at it rather than something a little bit bigger. And you see, it's not on here. The tandem is not on here. Now, the tandem could be used for this paving machine. He's like, let's worry about that later. At least get this in here. And if it doesn't happen this year, we'll talk about it again next year. But he's like, the equipment the trucks that we have now, we could make it work, and we could still get the same good, permanent product in larger areas with this type of machine and roller, and use existing trucks that we have. The trucks that you see that currently would have a spreader on the back during the winter, rather than needing a 25-ton, hauling tandem.
Yeah, I think, a couple of us are on Public Works with you, right? So we hear about this, we see this, right? Councilman Pazaznik, I think he was probably muted. But, quality of our work, like we have to make sure there's also the service and quality, right? So we know that this would probably make the work that's being done right now on the roads much better and smoother, right? But we also have our financial issues. So I think we have to keep a balance on what we're asking and needs. And we know that all this is probably very critical, but we just have to be mindful as to what we can kind of use in-house and how we can proceed, at least for this year, to see what we can do for next year. But hopefully, the other thing I would say is, Carl, like maybe for next year, like impact, right? I mean, if you can also put in something where if we don't have this, what is the impact to us, right? That would help us get some context behind a lot of this as well.
Yeah, because I mean, I'll just give you, for instance, a water break. We do the temporary patch, and we have to wait until a bid process or something goes out to lump it out. Now, it doesn't come out of the roads resurfacing budget. The tonnage for that specific repair comes out of the water budget, but we're relying on a contractor to be able to do that as part of an overall project, which even delays the repair, permanent repair, later in the season rather than us being able to do it. So, but I completely understand, Chico.
Okay. Any other comments? I know I took it down because I was getting ready to move to the next one and clicked too quickly. And any other questions about the road department equipment? All right, then I'm going to bring up the next one. Next will be construction code vehicles. So I'll just jump in on this one. The construction code vehicles, when it was originally presented to financial oversight, might have looked a little bit different than this. Initially, when we were looking at vehicles for the construction code department, we were looking at Ford Explorers, and I think the number was right around $165,000 for 4 of them. And this number might seem larger, but we're going to talk about why it's larger and what we're going to do to offset that. This would allow us to purchase 4 Chevy Blazer electric vehicles for the construction department. We've checked into the specifications for these vehicles. They're all-wheel drive vehicles that have sufficient ground clearance equivalent to that of a Ford Explorer that are currently in service in the construction department. We also have, to offset the cost of these, a formula grant, so not competitive grant, but a formula grant for $126,000.
126, yes.
$126,000 that could be applied to the cost of these vehicles. So with the grant applied, it would be, I'm not going to do the math here, but about $73,800 for 4 electric vehicles. for the construction code department to replace and have their existing 4 Explorers come out of service for them and funnel down to replace older vehicles in the regular municipal fleet. So,
which is desperately needed.
Which is desperately needed, right? we're replacing cars that are 20 years old.
Yeah.
So any questions about the 4 electric vehicles or comments about the 4 electric vehicles for construction code?
Do we sell the other ones, or people are using them?
We're going to need to use them to replace 20-year-old vehicles that are currently still in the fleet for other people in the township to utilize.
Okay.
They get auctioned off.
They become scrap metal, to be perfectly honest with you. Most of them go to recycling. So, okay, I think if I do this right, I can just do this. And are you all now looking at municipal building capital?
Yep.
Okay.
That was good.
Go ahead, Carl.
Okay, number 1, and this is listed by building, or not in any order. Number 1 and number 8 came out of our EGIF report that our municipal building tanks are end of life. They're out of warranty, and they need to be replaced, as well as the municipal and public works tanks need to be replaced. Again, came out of our environmental report that was done late last year. 2, Rosanna, who you talked to before, has asked for new furniture and some renovations in order to, make her area or her office a little more efficient on what she needs. She has furniture. It's probably hand-me-down from some other office. It looks like it's from the 80s, like modular furniture. Some people have tables in front of their desks, which they're using as side desks and stuff. So that was her ask. Municipal building sidewalk. This is to replace any sidewalks that need to be improved, any cracks, any unevenness, or anything from the snow season, spalling of the thing. This is just an annual amount that we budget in order to be able to do that over the summer. New digital signs. These signs are slated for the Public Works building as well as the municipal building. These are monument type signs that would be controlled by IT department. As you see at all the schools that we have there, just informational signs for events and things that are happening in town. One for Public Works and one for the municipal building. Municipal building resurfaced the walking path behind on Charles Street for the new homes that were done as part of the Pizzo development. The path that goes from the back entrance on Wade all the way to the first house, the woods line there, is the Township, and it's not in good condition. Cracks, unevenness, roots, to say the least, and this was noticed by one of my 2 new parks / open space foremen. Senior Center meeting room floor. So now that we've done a bunch of pretty much everything else in the building, roof, HVAC, carpet, everything from the floor is maybe original from, I don't know, Bob could speak for that, but
it's original, 1998.
Yeah, 98 vinyl floor tiles that are, with all the leaks they've had in the past have been repaired, but still popping up and needing to be a complete replacement of the 3 meeting rooms from the kitchen to the stage. DPW roof replacement. So it's kind of funny story. And this is the main Public Works building, 40 Churchill, that was built in 1986. So we did the epoxying of the floors over in the bays last year. And there was just puddles that started surfacing. So by us doing the floors, we actually created our own issue, and also realized that the roof is leaking in multiple spots. Not really repairable in the sense, I mean, it's not going to be a complete rip. It's going to be something similar that we did, in police department and our senior building on the flat roofs and everything. But the roof is leaking, and now it's causing, there's puddling, creating where it would, either evaporate or get, sucked into the porous concrete floor. Now it's sitting on the surface and it's becoming a hazard. So we need to get these replaced, and it's 40 years old. It's almost 40 years old. Fuel tanks we talked about. DPW Parks pole barn. This came out as a request from my new parks foreman. They're currently working in all the parks, all the equipment and everything. They're currently working on property, an original 2-car garage, masonry garage, deep garage, a little deeper than a typical garage, for doing all the parks maintenance, repairs, and everything. And they've outgrown it. The building, the garage came with the property when we bought the property back in, I guess, in the 80s, when there was a house that was torn down, but for some reason they left the garage. And they need more space. The garage is slowly deteriorating, let's just say. And that would be for it to be replaced on property with something more substantial to be able to do the amount of work and be able to do the maintenance that they need on not only the equipment, but other repairs that they do in prepping for all the parks and open space properties. In front of that, along the frontage of Churchill Avenue, we have a fence that has, supply equipment and a whole bunch of other stuff for our yard, as well as stone and sand and everything that we keep in bays. This would be for that section from the main building to the church property line. This would be to put slats in the existing fence. We currently have out of control and vegetation that has died from the drought last year that we're probably looking to remove this year. So residents across the street who have complained once or twice over the past year or two would have clean sight right into our yard. And I can let Bob talk about his famous Sallyport 2 in the police department. The door needs to be replaced. It's original right now. I think it's just jury rigged. It needs a complete replacement. And my understanding is there's been significant issues, even when the former lieutenant was now manager was in the building with that door and always needing repair. It's pretty much needs to be replaced at this point.
That door was right underneath my office, and it didn't work well in 2012, and I can't imagine that it works very well now. And it was a Pinter door in South Brunswick was the vendor who I had on speed dial when the door would get stuck open and they couldn't get it closed. So it's been in bad shape for probably 15 years.
Yeah.
So. And that is the last of the general capital budget. There is one more, and I'm going to bring it up, that was not done for water. Let me just find it here now. Where's my, here we go. Out of the water budget, there's a request for one utility vehicle at $39,950 to replace a vehicle that would be taken out of service, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Carl?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I skipped over that one when we did the general water capital. So there's no questions on that replacement vehicle. that ends the public works and water utility budgets.
Thank you so much, Carl.
Well, thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, Carl. I'll talk to you in the morning.
Yep.
Good night.
So we have several budgets under my budget, so I'll start with my budget. Okay, I just need to move some things out of the way. So my budget is proposed at $294,650, an increase of $5,000. The bulk of my budget is the $240,000 contingency in line 107 to cover any unexpected costs that might come up during the course of the year, as no departments have contingencies in their budgets. My increase is in $5,000 in office supplies. We have seen an increase in cost for general office supplies. This also includes all of the toner that is purchased for all of the printers throughout the township. So that cost has increased significantly, and that eats up probably a little bit more than the $5,000 in increase. And so that's my budget. If anybody has any questions on that one, let me know. If not, I'll move on to the next.
Bob, that's the ink for printing things, or like?
The toner, all the toner for all the computer printers throughout the township are funded out of that office supply line in my budget, yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
Every printer in town. So, okay. So the next budget that we're going to talk about is health insurance. Okay, that is everything. So as you all know from prior discussions, we saw a rather significant increase in our health insurance costs for 2025. This is our second year in a self-insured model, and our underwriter for the self-insured is Aetna, who was also when we had Aetna when we were fully insured. And due to our, the term is immaturity, due to our immaturity in self-insurance, the actuaries who calculate what would be our fully insured equivalent rates are a little cautious in year two based on a number of factors. However, in year one, 2024, we did perform well. What we're doing here is this budget reflects an increase of what looks like here $531,299, when in fact we're offsetting a significant portion of the general fund portion of health insurance, because as I mentioned, under the water budget, the water utility pays for their employees. We're utilizing $2 million of health insurance trust fund money to offset the increase. The increase would have been from $9 million to $11,531,000, but we're able to utilize some of that. We can't really dip into that trust fund any further than the $2 million, but it is able to kind of soften the blow a little bit on the 2025 budget. This budget also includes some smaller numbers. I have to move all of you out of my way again because you're blocking my view. for employee copay reimbursements, optical reimbursements, disability insurance, and flexible spending, all of which are within line from last year. The disability insurance is up $20,000. We pay the employer portion, but the employee also contributes to disability insurance. Our portion this year is at $117, which is $20,000 up from last year. Any other questions? Any questions on the health insurance sheet?
Financial oversight beat this to death.
Financial oversight beat it to death, and then it came back to life, and they beat it to death again the second time.
Yeah.
This is, I think that the move to self-insurance was a good move on the part of the township. I think that it has an opportunity to present cost savings. It's just in year two, you have some things that are beyond our control as far as the cost estimates from the insurance actuaries. And hopefully we have another sound year this year, and in year three, we can see a leveling off of rates. That's the goal.
There was just an announcement that the state health benefits plan should expect at least a 20% increase next year.
Yes, which means we did pretty good at 17.5%. That's unfortunately, that's the market. It's just the way it is right now.
But I think we'll do better.
And when we went from fully insured to self-insured, our fully insured for 2024 would have been nearly a 40% increase.
Right.
So, and we saw really what amounted to a 20%. It's just the insurance is through the roof, not just health insurance, but all types of insurance, liability insurance as well. Okay. And that's my fault. Oh, well, no, we'll do the salary budget, just so you can kind of get an idea of where we're at on the salary budget. And this is not the one that I want, so bear with me. I just need to find it. So many windows open. Okay. Everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay. So the top line is the grand total of all salary costs through the entire budget prior to any offsets from water allocations, open space trust allocations, escrow allocations, animal control trust allocations, billings to the Affordable Housing Trust, and rec trust non-seasonal allocations, which there were none this year. So at 94,981, that is 2.5% over the number for 2024. The amount to be charged to the general fund is here in line 5, which is at $25,473,000. That reflects roughly the same percentage increase over to the general fund. That kind of gives you a little breakdown on the right with the pie chart as to, obviously, the bulk of it is general fund allocation, and then water allocation at 8.5%, and open space at 2.21%, and then there's small percentages for, we call it COA. The Affordable Housing Trust pays for certain allocations and certain funding, as well as escrow is another small amount to developer escrow for people like the township planner, the people in the engineering department who do work on plan review. So that is the total for the police, the total for the salary budget. Any questions on that?
Not much we can do about it.
Not much you can do about it. Got to pay them. Okay. So now we'll move to the general lines and finance. So let me just get to that. There's a bunch of small ones here that we just have to kind of get through. I will do my best to fly through them. I know it's late. Tax lien foreclosures, budgeted at 50,000 last year, budgeted at 50,000 this year. A lot of these are statutory expenses as I work through this, so I know that it's boring, but it's a budget hearing. That's what budget hearings are.
I'm not bored, I'm sleepy.
Okay, well, don't nod off on me. Next is tax appeal refunds.
Just note that some of us here get really excited about this stuff.
I'm excited. I just
I'm not excited.
Work in a 4-hour meeting is a lot.
Yep. Well, I've been in the office since 7 this morning, so I feel your pain. Tax appeal refunds. This is kind of one that is significant to discuss in that last year we budgeted $5,000. In 2025, we're budgeting $5,000. You'll note that in 2022, we budgeted $750,000. This is another one of those things that when you budget money in it, at the end of the year, it goes into reserve. Our reserve as of 12/31/24 sits at about 2.7, just under $2.7 million. I had a discussion with our assessor regarding our exposure for 2025 related to New Jersey State Tax Court and our current outstanding large tax appeals. And he feels very comfortable that we will not approach anything of a number in 2025 that we need to add to the trust, and that it's there's only one current outstanding appeal on a commercial property that may make it to state tax court in the calendar year 25. So that we need to put a number in that line in case we have to add to it at a future date. So we're budgeting at $5,000 again. Any questions on tax appeals? Okay. Next up, statutory expenditures, pensions. This is the public employee retirement system, the police and fire retirement system, and the defined compensation retirement plan. The total this year budgeted for pensions is at $7,831,787, which is a $139,141 increase over 2024. There's not much of a discussion about this. It's mandatory and statutory requirements. Social Security is also anticipated to go up $36,285 on the increase. Obviously, it's a percentage on the increase in the salary budget. Next up is the Improvement Authority lease is what the budget document is called, but it really is something else. So once we get it open,
It's under debt service.
it's under debt. No, I'm saying this is the SCIA lease spreadsheet. Which is really not, I mean, it is, but it isn't. I'll explain it. So this is the energy lease for the solar panels on the municipal building. And it's a contractual figure. It's at $117,673. For that, we get the energy savings from the solar panels. Yeah. Next one is salary adjustments. So salary adjustments is budgeted at $100,000. And Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is another one of those that moves to reserve at the end of the year?
That's correct. That's correct.
So this is the money that's used when their contracts are settled and there's increases mid-year that causes an increase in salaries, and it also is utilized at retirement for payment of accrued sick and vacation leave. Those numbers are mostly capped, and in some contracts now, new hires are not entitled to those payouts. But this is where the money goes into reserve to make those payments when necessary.
Okay, I have to step away for a minute. Deputy Mayor, you have the helm.
Sure.
I won't throw you any curveballs, Sheepa.
I appreciate that.
Motion to adjourn.
But I'm here. I was just going to say that, Ed. Perfect timing.
The next is the reserve for uncollected taxes. This is a formula-driven amount of money that every municipality in the state of New Jersey is required to put into their budget. As it says on line 106, it is statutory, and it is calculated at $5.2 million currently based on the money that we collect. It is basically an insurance policy that the state of New Jersey requires every municipality to budget, because we are the collector of taxes for other entities, and it's our assurance that we always have money on hand to pay those other agents, the county, the fire districts, people, the Board of Education. It's in essence a formula-driven insurance that you have cash on hand to pay them because we collect for them, reserve for uncollected taxes. Public defender is next. It's loading. Okay. The public defender's budget is proposed at $32,000, which is a $12,000 increase. This is another budget that has a trust associated with it, and monies collected from defendants that are even people who are defended by the public defender have to pay fees. There is a public defender fee that is collected when they pay it, and they don't always pay it. And that's why, but we have a statutory obligation to provide a public defender for municipal court for those who can't afford to pay for an attorney themselves. And so we're offsetting the trust funds and the public defenders' fees paid by $32,000 this year is the estimate that will be necessary to pay the public defender, to actually pay him. Next up is the library. Only about 25 more, I promise.
Your note said 11 o'clock, so, but we believe you.
No, I already texted the mayor. I predicted midnight when it was 8 o'clock. So,
gotcha.
The library. So, as you know, that we are required to budget in our general fund budget the amount of money that is being appropriated to the library, even though there is a library tax. And this year, the library budget is up $283,842 to $5,069,958. Again, formula driven, and we have no control over it.
And what was the main reason for this?
What, the library? The yes. Library is formula driven, based, and I could have Andy Hodgelick jump in because I never could really understand the library tax formula. But Andy, are you there? He was
That's
there.
Okay. Yes, sir.
He might have fallen asleep.
Yeah, well, riveting.
I know, Andy. What can I tell you?
Yeah. Your question about the library tax? It's
yes.
Based on the state equalized valuations, and it's a third of a mil, and so it's a statutory formula, and that's what you have to pay it over.
Yep. So there you go. State equalized value. That's what I always forget.
Yes.
Sometimes comes up in fire department discussions.
About equalized values? Yes, it does. Liability insurance. This is what funds the joint insurance fund. The joint insurance fund assessment is up $131,496 to $1,447,356. And the other line in this is workers' compensation. This is miscellaneous items related to workers' compensation. It pays for medical bills that for those on workers' compensation that are outside of, well, we have certain employees who have gone out on full disability as far as for workers' compensation, for on-the-job injuries. And in those settlements, the workers' compensation court orders that we pay certain things related to their disability, which was job-related. And that's what this money pays for. So that workers' comp. But the JIF insurance, as I said earlier with healthcare insurance, across the board, insurance rates are on the increase. And with all of the natural disasters throughout the country, I would say anticipate your homeowner's insurance going up along with our GIF and our health insurance. It's just the industry is seeing rapid increases in rates. Next up is the interlocal for the health department. We have a contract with Somerset County to provide our health department services. That contract is increasing $14,742 from $737 to $751,846. This is a contractual 2% increase. General legal. So the general legal budget is down $200,000 from $805,000 in 2024 to $605,000 in 2025. So this covers both general legal and tax appeal attorney. We had increased that budget by $200,000 in 2024 due to anticipated increases in legal costs related to the number of lawsuits filed against the township related to zoning ordinance amendments. I've had a conversation with our legal representation for both tax and general, and we feel comfortable that while there will probably be several matters that make it to the court during the course of 2026, that $605,000 will be adequate to fund our legal defense and legal work for the municipality. So we can decrease by $200,000 in this line. Next up is debt service. So when we bond, we have to pay. And in 2026, the overall increase in our debt service is $1,918,932. Pretty much equally split between principal and interest. The difference, I should say, not the amount, but the difference between 24 and 25. Accumulated leave. we budget annually $800,000 for accumulated leave. And Andy can jump in if I get this wrong, but this is basically a function of general accounting that we budget an amount of money, and the goal would be to have that amount of money in reserve that if we ceased being a township tomorrow, we would be able to pay all of our employees their accumulated leave. Get that about correct. Right, Andy?
That's correct, and you're getting close, but you're not quite there yet.
Okay, so I finally learned that after 13 years to get it close to being right. That's wonderful. So it doesn't seem to make much sense because hopefully we will never cease to exist, but that is something that actually the bond rating agencies look at as far as our fiscal health.
Correct.
So, and that's why you see it's all spent, because it goes to a reserve.
How much is in the reserve? Do we know?
Yes, I could get that for you.
Andy will get that because he's on the computer.
Okay, go on while it's looking.
I am. I'm closing things out to open things out up
okay.
There. Not many left. Auditor. So the budget for audit services for 2025 is $49,750. We did have $71,750 budgeted in 2024, but our budget only shows about 50% of that money being utilized. We had budgeted for what's referred to as a single audit. When you spend more than, $1 million, Kathy?
Yeah.
When you spend more than $1 million in federal funds in a year, you're required to conduct a single audit. So this number may be modified. Kathy and I had a conversation the other day about the possibility that given the ARP funds that we may need to do a single audit this year. And before we prepare the budget document, we'll have a number there that may be slightly different than that $49,750 for the standard annual audit.
Well, actually, that should be sufficient for the single audit. Last year and the year before, we had budgeted extra, expecting to go out to bond, and we didn't know if we were going to go beyond what we had set up for soft costs in capital, but we had enough in soft costs to cover it, so we didn't need to go into the operating budget. That's why the last 2 years were higher, because we expected to bond. The $49,750 and the amount we put in water for this year's single audit should be sufficient.
Okay, because the most of our expenditures for federal funds were in water. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Bob?
Yes.
Just to clarify on that, that's either federal or state grants.
Right, in excess of $1 million, though, right?
The 750 right now. They're going to move that up, but it's 750 right now.
Oh, it's 750. We're over it, so we're going to have to do it for 2024.
Yeah, and just to go back on that sick and vacation accumulation number, so your amount in your trust fund at 12/31/24 was about 2.6 million. And what I was trying to say, you're not there yet. If the calculation when you go through it, what was reported at your year-end 12/31/23 was that if everything was going to be paid out, your liability was 5.4 million. So you're about halfway there.
About halfway.
Yeah, yeah. But again, as you say, it's unlikely that you're going to shut down, but that's the idea, that you want to try to fund that as close to 100% as possible at some point.
But we're a lot closer than we were when I became township manager, Andy.
There you go.
All right. There's two small ones here, and so I'm not going to open up contingent. There is a workbook that is called contingent. It has $2,000 in it, and we laugh every year, for those who have been around for a while, that is something that is just a function of the budget process in the state of New Jersey. So now I said it, and I don't have to open it. Aid to fire companies. So aid to fire companies is budgeted at $26,774, which is no change from 2024. Kathy, you want to explain?
We've built up the reserve enough that we shouldn't have to take any more out other than $10,000 from our operating budget, because we have enough in the reserve.
And this is an insurance policy that the township holds for all volunteer firefighters. It's basically a life insurance policy that's self-funded by the town. It was started many, many, many years ago. And there's, as Kathy said, there's sufficient funds in the reserve that we're able to budget only at 10. You see, in prior years, it was much higher.
This is one of those reserves when we have money left over at the end of the year, we put it into the reserve, and we've been able to benefit over the last couple of years of not having to then increase the operating budget.
And then we have aid to first aid is next, Mayor. And then we have finance, and then we have a discussion.
The first aid is basically just the same thing as Bob loads it. We actually have enough money in that reserve also to cover any kind of balances we might have to pay out. We have $14,500 balance, and it's basically $2,500.
No, this is the first aid contribution, not that.
Well,
that's this one.
The top line, the 58.5, is the contribution we give to the first aid department every year. The bottom line, where you see a zero, the insurance and surety bond, is the same thing as the fire aid insurance policies when they pass away, and we have enough in the reserve to cover the anticipated claims.
So this is the money given to the volunteer first aid squads that serve the town.
Right.
Which are now Rocky Hill, Kendall Park, and East Millstone. And then we have the finance budget.
I think we can cut that right out.
Yeah, since you know what the big part of the finance budget is, right?
Yeah.
So the finance budget is proposed at $360,813, which is an $8,237 increase. Most of the finance budget is under professional consultant and specialized services. This is one of those shared budgetary items because the people who work in the finance department also are the water utility finance. So a portion of this is for our employees other than Kathy in the finance department and the financial consulting services of Mr. Hodgelick. And that is the bulk of this budget, along with some smaller accounts for training and conferences and meetings, not unlike my budget in the manager's office.
So, Bob, how many employees are we talking about? Or people that?
There are 3 employees in the finance department with Kathy.
So Kathy and then 3 under Andy?
Yes, 3 under Andy.
Okay.
So
they're working full time?
There's 3 employees that 2 are full-time and 1 is, I would say, 75% and 25% handling some other work for the accounting firm offsite.
And there's Andy.
Excuse, what was that, Mayor?
And then there's Andy.
And then there's Andy, correct. That's what I said. Pays for that also pays for our financial consultant as well.
Okay.
And that is all of the budget documents for tonight. The only other one I have to open is, just bear with me while I close some of these things out. Okay, here. Here. There we go. Share. So this big document that I'm going to scroll through on the left-hand side is all of the things that we talked about. Oop, lost it there. Need to move you all out of my way again. Second. Okay. On the left-hand side are all of those budgets that we discussed on the previous night and tonight, and the totals for everything. And when we get to the bottom, did someone say something?
Go on.
Okay. There are 2 things here. So there are the total without grants, and then there's the adjusted DCA submission. So there's nothing that has been put in for grants at this time. That's something that's still being kind of calculated to see what we'll have at the time of submission for our budget. But the total DCA submission here at $72,745,183 is the general fund budget, and the difference between 2024 and 2025 is $2,689,318.
And Bob, this doesn't include the capital, or it does?
No, it does not. So what it includes currently is, for capital, there's 2 ways to fund capital. You can fund capital as cash, or you can fund capital and you can bond for your capital, so incur debt. So currently, this document, Kathy, which line is it? Oh.
It's right above debt service, Bob.
There it is. Currently, in this line, it has funded $497,697 for the capital improvement fund. When you bond capital, you're required to pay 5% in cash. So that $497,697 currently represents 5% of our bonded capital.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I just want everybody to, kind of have a feeling for what the total is currently, and based on the budgets that were presented, the capital is, not only that 5%, but there's the discussion about removing it, which would lower that to some degree, and then the addition of grants. Last year there was, I guess, $1,048,000 in grants. in the 24 budget. A lot of that had to do with the American Rescue Plan grants that were funded. But Kathy, we're going to have to add in the opioid settlement funds as grant funds, correct?
Yes, we'll have the opioid settlements. So far, we have a small food services grant. I would expect to get the recycling tonnage grant, but we haven't heard on any of them officially yet. But keep in mind, they're money in and money out at the same time. So they're a net zero.
Right. I just don't want anyone to see that blank box under calendar year 2025 and say, why don't we have any grants? There's just a number of grants that have to be calculated. And there's a schedule on the opioid funds that that Kathy and I have to sit down and just finalize that for the budget document that'll get introduced the first council meeting of April.
So it looks like that, Bob, you have about 3.7% without the grant, no, with the grant, and without the grant, about 5%.
Well, you have 2.6 on 70.
Yeah, that's about 3 point whatever increase. Yeah. Okay. A little bit more than that. Yeah.
So now I would kind of, Andy, do you have anything? Do you need this for anything, Andy, this sheet?
Well, you may want to keep it up there. I mean, so I think what the council might have been focusing on there is actually the analysis is correct. So really what you're looking at is a change or a delta between 2024 and 2025 budget of about $3.7 million that costs have gone up that you have to cover in your revenue stream in some way. So that's either a utilization of more fund balance or tax increases or what have you. So that's what you're kind of up against, and this has not been finalized by the Finance Committee. So there's still going to be one more meeting at least on that, but that's what the challenge is in order to balance the budget.
Does this include the $400,000 revenue from the cannabis tax and the hotel taxes?
Yes.
And obviously any other liquor license, any revenue. So right now, what is our fund balance? I know it's referred to in different ways, our rainy day fund, surplus, et cetera. What is that exact balance as far as you can tell now?
So the activity for 2024, you actually had a decrease in your overall current fund balance. You decreased from about 23 million down to 21 million and change. So that's, not a great thing. And so again, you're looking at how you're going to balance this budget. That's going to be impact on, future fund balances going forward.
And so I'm sorry. So what is our fund balance?
Right at 21,500,000.
21.5. Mm-hmm. And I know there's all kinds of philosophies, but the average, in general, the average fund balance based on our budget would be?
Well, you've been normally around 25 million in the past years. So you're.
No, I know. I'm talking about what would be the standard as far as you can.
But there's really no standard. What you're trying to do is you want to make sure you're
average. Taking.
There's no average, Jim, because you go from towns different in terms of size of their budgets versus their fund balances. So it's.
Well, I meant doing the math.
South Brunswick, for instance, has a fund balance of about 8 million.
South Brunswick?
Yeah.
However,
I'm not suggesting we would ever do anything like that.
Our cash management plan talks about it not going below 20 million.
Right.
Yeah, and actually that's what I wasn't sure of that number, but thank you for clarifying, because I've heard that before at different times, and that's where I was getting at. I know there's no written rule, but thank you for bringing up that reference point.
And actually, so that is the written rule because that was adopted by you as the council.
Yeah. Well,
I meant it's adopted by resolution.
Whatever it is, thank you for that 20 million. So that's a reference point we can.
And that's the number so there was a great deal of discussion several years ago, and it also plays into the amount of fund balance affords you the opportunity for a higher bond rating when you go to the bond market.
Oh, my ears.
Keep it, we can hear you.
What is, I'm sorry?
We can hear you. Sorry about your ears.
Okay, so go ahead, Andy.
No, that's basically the point I wanted to make, is that, you know, I said that we're still going to be meeting with the Finance Oversight Committee. The challenge, again, is to deal with that really change from the amount of appropriations from 2024 to 2025, and how best that is to move forward on the revenue side.
So Andy, are you, do you know about the Bridgewater? I met some people from Bridgewater the other day. Their budget is not as much as ours, but it's close. But I think their fund balance is less than 8 million, something like that.
Well, I mean, you know, it's certainly a policy decision. You know, you do have a policy on the books that says you're going to maintain a fund balance of 20 million. And again, when you go to the rating agencies and you sell your bonds, as we did in 2024, you ended up with a very favorable interest rate, you know, due to the fact that you had very sufficient balances on hand. So you run the risk of, you're sure you pay that down, but you know, once it goes down, it's very hard to bring it back up, and then you're struggling to balance your budgets in future years.
Andy, do you recall what our fund balance was in 2010?
I think you were almost below 10 million at some point there, Bob.
Yeah. I thought we were about 8, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. That was a very scary time.
It was, and I don't want to be in that time again. So that's why I think we need to have some serious discussions and financial oversight.
Councilman, you know, to balance the budget last year, you used approximately $10 million. So, you know, are you going to make that back again in 2025 or you use the same amount? That's the analysis you have to kind of go through.
Having the large fund balance gives us the benefit of things like when COVID came and they were delaying collecting of taxes to give people a break. A lot of times towns sweated that. A lot of towns took bridging loans. We didn't blink. When, what was it, Ida came and there was a big cleanup, we just did it. It gives us a lot of flexibility.
If I could just take a minute to speak to water. You know, there's still a lot of pressure on your water utility fund balance. Your fund balance in water reduced about $1 million year over year. And looking at the increase in your budget, this is another $2 million going up from 2024 to 2025 in your water. So you definitely need a rate increase as well in water. And I think the timing of that, you know, sooner than later would be appropriate, if possible.
Can you explain in this? So in line 107, it says adjusted DCA submission, and it's the 2.6 million. And then it says less grants budget, and it lists a negative number in parentheses.
Because that's the right column is the difference, Ed. And if you look at the column in green, is the calendar year budget where there was that same number. As I said earlier, no money has been put into the yellow for 2025 yet, because that number we're still calculating that number for 2025.
So that negative number includes all the additions, like state aid and the cannabis monies. And
no, there's no revenue here. This is all appropriations.
But Andy said, Andy, that's the reason I'm asking is Andy said 3.7 million is the difference, but that yellow part's blank. I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
That's without 3.7 million is without grants. The blank number will be filled in with a number that totals the amount of grants we've gotten, but they haven't calculated it yet. So it's basically filled in with a 0. So the last year we had over $1 million.
And I think so what that bottom line number, the 3.7 is trying to indicate is that the difference in all your appropriations from 2024 without grants. So for argument's sake, if you put $1,048,000 into row, it's hard to read, 108, in the 2025 column, your appropriation is going to go up to 73 million and change, right? So
Right, exactly.
You're still going to have the $3.7 million difference between 2024 and 2025. So that's where you're trying to make sure that, I mean, that's what you have to cover.
But you said this is an expense sheet, but grants are an income.
No, grants are on both sides. You have to budget it as an appropriation and a revenue.
That's why I'm confused. This always happens with these things where you guys mix the two things into one. So it's either we're looking at expenses, or we're looking at income. But
you're looking at expenses.
Okay.
Grants are listed as both an expense on the appropriation sheet and as a revenue on the revenue sheet. This is the appropriation sheet.
Yeah, I'd have to, I guess, click around here and see what the heck's going on. But sure, whatever.
For the purposes of this worksheet, the amount that you're looking for is an additional 2.689 million, because whenever we get in grants, will be a plus in revenue and a minus in appropriations. That's why I try to show the 72,745,183. And the difference, $2,689,000, that's what we have to worry about.
That's what, but then Andy said it was 3.7, so that's why I was confused. I was trying to understand how we got there. But the real number is 2.6 increase.
From the point of view of this, for this spreadsheet, that's
the
what we're trying
takeaway
to
number.
indicate, yes.
Thank you.
So, Andy, one comment I have on the water, I agree with you that we have to do something to cover the additional expenses. But one of the things we've asked Carl to do, and I hope that is coming kind of to conclusion, is to look at the to change the rate for the people or the businesses that they use a lot of water.
Yes.
So this way, hopefully, we will not have to increase the homeowners that they use little water, similar to what we did in the past. So that's something that hopefully will provide us some opportunities.
So as far as next steps go, financial oversight will look.
We have a meeting on Monday.
Okay.
And we'll have to go through all of this again. Line by line by line. Now, Andy and Kathy and I will be in that meeting with the members of the Financial Oversight Committee to make an attempt to finalize the usage of fund balance numbers and anything else related to the need to increase revenue by the means that we increase revenue, whether it be increasing taxes or increasing the utilization of fund balance. But the revenues are on the other side. And Andy, I think, has been starting to put together those numbers for Monday, right, Andy?
Correct.
Bob, I'm sure you have looked at this whole thing, but any opportunity to reduce costs also will be something that might
So, Alex, I went through every single budget line by line by line by line. And that's how those, like I said, that's how those numbers where they're decreased are reflected in those. You see what the major cost of running the government is. It's the people who are involved in providing government services. The operating expenses for these departments are not significant when you factor in that on a $72 million budget, 32 million of it is salary and wage, right? And that's just a portion of your employee costs. Factor in another $10 million for health insurance and another $8 million in pensions, and you're starting to get close to that $72 million number.
So a technical question for Andy or Kathleen. Is the numbers we're dealing with here, and I realize they may shift after you do a final scrub of financial oversight, but these numbers here, do these assume all of those capital purchases, some of which we're considering removing, but all those capital purchases, police, PW, all that, as only being funded, bonded? In other words, anything we remove would only be a 5%.
That's accurate, Councilman, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I thought so. So we will save, but obviously
right,
not a lot, but it will help in the reducing that number.
Yeah.
Well, we discussed that, and I guess we'll see how that plays out in the financial oversight meeting.
Just
Okay.
one point of reference. I know the council is always concerned about, the amount of debt it takes on, and to give you kind of a ballpark kind of idea. So if you look at this year's budget, the principal amount you're paying down is approximately $4.5 million. So if you're adding more capital debt than the 4.5, then you're increasing your debt load to the future. So it's kind of like a ballpark kind of number you can take a look at to realize how much more impact these capital projects may have in the future taxes.
What's our debt ratio now?
Sorry?
Our debt ratio?
Correct.
What is
Oh,
that?
I'm sorry. It's still under 40.40, but it's been increasing.
It's what, 40%?
Yeah, let me look. Let me get the number. Make sure I get the number for you, Mayor. Hang on.
What's the maximum allowed?
Oh, it's 3.5. But recognize the fact that when your debt goes up, that puts the pressure on your. You're at 0.465.
And we can go to 3.5.
Correct.
Okay.
So financial oversight could look at even more of that capital to see if there's some things other than what was discussed tonight that could be removed in order to keep the numbers you just mentioned a little less going forward.
You guys have to understand, we've already removed quite a bit. I wouldn't keep your hopes up. Manager,
let me ask one last question of Andy. Yeah, one last question of Andy. I'm trying to put you on the spot, and if you need to get back to us or me, that's fine. But would our bond rating and whatever you can supply, I would like to read if you have information that describes it in a little more detail. You don't have to go into detail now. I know we all want to go home, so to speak. Would we be likely endanger ourselves if we went to a $19 million fund balance, adjusting our policy to try to work with the current situation? And maybe you shouldn't even answer it now, but I would like to read where those tipping points are. Not suggesting we want to go far, but we have to look at all options. If it's not going to harm us, we have to think about how it could help our residents. So I look forward, if you want to mention anything now, but I look forward to getting some information about that.
We'll have to get back to you on that, Councilman.
Okay. Manager, anything else?
No, I don't believe that. I think that we've covered everything that needed to be covered. We'll have a 6 p.m. Monday meeting with the Financial Oversight Committee. And I think that we need to roll up our sleeves and see where everything plays out.
All right, given that, anyone want to get out of here?
I move to adjourn.
We can
A second.
There you go. All in favor.
Thanks for all the work, Bob. It's a lot of work, Bob and
Krista. Thank you.
Thank Krista, who's been there silently keeping us on TV tonight.
Thank you, Krista.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Krista.
Good night.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye, and good night.
You can stay. Be well, Franklin.
Good.